Okay, so as you had
order.
returned back to the town and you were resting for the night at the inn, a alarm was raised in the town, and you went out to search what was going on. After a inspection of some of your group, not everyone, some of you decided to rest instead. You found that a thick wall of mist had surrounded the town of Valaki, and terrible creatures, which were possibly discovered to be vampires, were traversing through the mist and essentially terrifying the town. This went throughout the entirety of the night, some of you watching over it, some of you deciding to take a rest. You learned that nothing like this had ever occurred before, and in the morning, when the sun did not rise at its normal time and the mist stayed at the walls of Valaki, the Burgomaster Vargas Valakovic approached the wall and shouted out, throwing a torch into the mist, and it slowly began to recede away from the town's walls.
AKA talked mad shit to the mist, and it dissipated like a boss.
Shortly after the sun began to rise again, he continued to tell everyone that all is well in Valaki, and many cheered for his brave actions. Your group, the next day after everyone had gotten a fair amount of rest and the like, went around the town, and you spoke with the coffin maker's shop. I'm not missing anywhere else that you stopped, am I?
No, we pretty much...
Oh, you spoke with Erwin in the morning, who said that it would probably be best to wait on his previous request because the town was currently in lockdown. And that's essentially all that occurred with that.
Don't forget we
And
have
then
dinner at 7.
Oh, yes, you met, Sazed and Nikolai went and met with Lady Fiona Wachter after discovering that she might have a potential way to get in and out of the city through speaking with the guards. You set an alarm spell by this southern gate and have traveled away since and have regathered as a group to check out this coffin maker's shop. You spoke with the owner, Hendrik van der Voort, who claimed to be feeling quite ill, and upon searching his person, you discovered that he had been bit by what appeared to be none other than a vampire, and discovered that many of these creatures were dwelling within the attic of his shop. A fight broke out and flames raged throughout the store, but ultimately it appears as if all of these creatures have been destroyed. But you find yourselves in this burning store. And as we start tonight's session, Nikolai and Bon, in front of you, you see a line of fire streak across the ceiling. And a beam crashes between yourselves and the exit to the store,
Well,
completely obscuring your view of Tem and Henrik.
Oh. Wow, this whole session's gonna be inside this burning building?
not with that attitude. You could just jump right in.
Oh my goodness.
Move them out of the way and go lift it up.
Okay. You rush forward. Give me a strength check as you try to lift this large beam as a giant ape.
I can't wait to see some giant ape feet pop through the fucking ceiling.
Wait, what?
I think we're on the first floor, aren't we?
You're on the first floor, yes.
I ran downstairs like a little bitch.
Well, yeah, I don't want to burn it
18.
out.
I'm
18.
in a hole.
Okay, you manage to lift the beam up, and you can see just beyond it. Tem and Henrik appear to be missing the front door open. The room's starting to fill with smoke. You're currently holding this half-burning beam, though.
I throw it to
Ooh.
the side, out of the way.
It blocks the front door.
Okay.
No.
It slams off to the wall over against the side.
Intelligence is
you-
only 7.
You do not see Henrik or Tem anywhere around.
Huh? Well, if he doesn't care about putting his house on fire, I guess I don't either.
I'd like to continue exiting the building.
Probably shouldn't. I follow after.
I follow the giant ape.
Okay, so Bon and Nikolai and Sazed, you all rush
I
out.
kind of like
from
shelter
the
them
building.
From the fire. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, there is now a nice, clean exit. Duck and run. Duck and run.
Okay, as you quickly rush out of this burning building, the flames starting to rain cinders down upon you as you just get out the entrance. You see, or you start to hear the whistles of several guards, different whistles, and you see right there outside the door, lying on the ground, Henrik. It appears as if someone has slit his throat.
Oh, shit.
Our party member is a
Um,
murderer.
Dresley, still within the fire on the second floor, a large hole created by a giant ape in front of you.
Oh, forgot she was in there. I go back in there. I thought everyone was here.
Let's say roll check or head check.
Raylan is on his
Come in your
rope.
wings and fly.
Can I swing from the rope and go back into the building? I forgot something in there.
Okay.
The axe.
You descend back out and land inside. You see Dresley in there. Dresley, what are you doing?
Okay. So let me get my point. There you go. There's this other door over here.
Yeah.
I want to make sure there's no other vampires, and if I could pick up like, I don't know, one of these planks that's burning, or just something that's burning, so I could spread it.
Oh man.
Okay, so you're gonna pick up like a burning plank as you rush through. Sure
That
thing. Give
fire's
me,
like, I'm spreading already. I can't spread any faster.
give me
Oh
a
my
Constitution
gosh.
saving throw as you are still in this very smoke filled room, and are sort of suffocating against it. Okay, you managed to just barely succeed. So where are you going? Full movement to the next door, trying to get in?
Yeah, I want to make sure there's none over here.
This door is locked as you try for the handle.
Can I use? I still have Divine Sense, right? Yeah, they got charged. I'm gonna use Divine Sense and see if I can sense any more.
Okay. What's the range on that? 30 feet?
I think it was.
That seems a little low.
60 feet? Okay.
Well, I'm trying to find it. Oh, that's my. There it is.
Okay.
Yeah, within
Yeah, it is
60
60 feet. Okay. You do not sense any still living undead, if that makes any sense. Any undead that still have life in them within that range. No, you do not.
Can I
Yes,
rush in and
it's
try to
like-
find my axe?
Sure, give me an investigation check.
Hold on, I forgot to pull out my character sheet.
You got one job. Literally
know.
one.
You got one
I know,
character.
I know.
That's not true. Also, these meatballs are
You
delicious.
see it sticking right jammed in one of the planks where you had missed
Oh wow.
hitting with it earlier.
Alright, can I grab it and then try to follow Dresley?
Okay. As you rush past it, grabbing up your axe, you see her staring down the steps.
Yeah. If I don't sense anything, I'll just drop that plank and start heading out.
Okay.
Like kind of
Down the stairs out.
against it.
Yeah, I got you. Like lean it up against the door or something. Just throw it over there against the wall. Okay. The two of you begin to make your exit out through the burning building through the entrance.
I don't see Tem anywhere.
Give me a perception check.
As a monkey.
I think you keep your
10.
no,
No,
never
that's
mind.
druids.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry. 10? No, you do not see him anywhere
10.
around.
I look around at everybody.
Your butt's on fire.
Okay. As
I sit down.
Dresley and Raylan
Yep.
make their way out through the front of the burning coffin
That
maker shop,
burns!
you see
Wow, it burns!
I don't want a tan! Turn it off!
dozens of guards blowing their whistles and rushing in the direction of the coffin maker's shop.
I start throwing dirt on the fire, like I'm putting it out.
I have my
Okay.
hands on my hips with my chest puffed out, watching the fire with joy.
It is starting
Wind
to
billowing my cloak.
starting to blaze quite heavily, especially on the second floor where it had started. The first floor is starting to catch, but it is nowhere near the inferno that the second floor has become. As the guards rush forward, they
This is me.
pause about 15 to 20 feet back suddenly at the image of this giant ape throwing dirt at the house.
I'm helping.
Oh my god, they're hallucinating. The guards are
Oh my
hallucinating.
god! There's this giant ape here!
What? That's not helping.
Well,
The giant ape started a fire!
They begin to circle around the front of the house, kind of with their spears out, and then they look up at the burning building and they look at your group and they form a chain towards the nearest well, and they start to use buckets of water or hand buckets of water along that chain to toss it at the fire.
Wow. This is how you guys gonna do it.
Now they're firemen too? Somebody needs to get Isaac.
Oh, are there like any giant buckets around that a monkey can handle?
I mean, you got a big ass hand.
Oh, that's yeah, but I
There's,
can tip it down
like-
the well.
Slowly back up and not be involved in this anymore.
Raylan fades into the shadows.
Give me a stealth check.
No, he's still within the light, so
I'm imagining him further away
He's a bush.
as he kind of just slinks off around behind the house.
Whistling.
I wanna
well done.
You want to what?
the radiant consumption. I want to drop it if it hasn't faded.
Oh yeah, sorry.
There's me and Raylan in the Discord.
I believe you. After a couple of moments, you do see coming From the north road, you see Isaac moving quite quickly, several paces ahead of another individual. This one made familiar primarily by the two large dogs that he has in chains that are also outpacing him, following Isaac.
Do I notice Isaac's hand?
No, you're around behind the house, hiding.
So I'll never know that he has a clawed hand.
I thought that was something that y'all noticed when y'all first met him.
He forgot.
So- When it was brought up earlier today, I thought he was talking like a prosthetic claw hand, like a hook. And I was like, I don't remember that.
I helped them put out the fire.
Yeah, because like he even summoned fire from it at the house at 10.
Yeah, I just, for whatever reason, I thought he meant like a prosthetic claw hand. So I was just like, I don't remember him having a fake hand.
Isaac rushes forward, looks at surveys around the situation, and looks at Henrik laying on the ground. He leans down and checks on his neck, and then his eyes go wide for a moment, and he looks around at your group. One of you being a giant ape. How long does that last, anyway?
An hour?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Up to 1 hour.
He's not
And
with us.
He says, "Stop! Stop! Don't put out the fire. What happened here?"
Vampires?
Vampires.
I point at Bond and Nikolai. Shake my head.
The shop owner over there
A whole
Got
nest
us.
of them.
got assaulted, and we were here to get a statement. And turns out he was harboring. Nope.
Harboring.
Thank you. Harboring a couple vampires, and
Yeah, a couple.
At least a dozen.
at least a dozen vampires. And between the fight that happened upstairs, I think one of the vampires knocked over a lantern or something. And yeah, and now the building's on fire. We tried to put it out, but yeah, it got a little out of control. And we're also missing somebody. I hope he's not in there.
You're missing two people.
Here we are.
As Bond's explaining, can I go over here and see if this body's still over here? That came out the window.
Yeah, sure. As you begin to make your way over there, you see that it is laying there on the ground where it fell
That's
outside
right.
the window.
Did we toss
Can
one
I
out
just
the window?
drag it over here?
His friend hit him out the window.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Sucks to suck.
We should have
You-
tossed him, yeah.
Okay, as Dresley goes over to pick up the vampire, and you finish your explanation, the Burgomaster and his two large mastiffs finally get there to the house. The Burgomaster seems extremely out of breath, and he's panting very hard. Isaac, what happened? Why is Henrik's store on fire? Isaac turns to him, and you see him lean in and begin to whisper into his ear.
I wave at him.
Stop putting out the fire. Quit putting out the fire right now. He points at Henrik on the ground there, and then points at one of the guards next to him and says, "Put him in. Put him in. Let it all burn."
Monkey, throw it in.
Okay,
Don't be
Presley, you
gentle.
see,
I'm
as you
looking
come
this up
around
with
the corner with this corpse, you see guard grab Henrik's lifeless body and toss it inside of the store.
We didn't get a chance to search it. The loot.
The loot. He could have
Well,
had
everyone's
a
distracted. Can I make my way to the orphanage?
Hmm.
Just kidding.
I like where your head's at.
Wow.
I'm
It
gonna
was a
put my
joke
mask
Ogre making
on.
earlier.
Is it because of my alt?
Isaac turns to all of you and he says, "This is. How do you know that he was harboring these vampires?"
He told us he didn't have a choice.
He looks over at you holding the corpse of one of these creatures.
Lovingly.
The burgomaster exclaims, "Burn it! Burn it!"
1 second.
The guards begin to approach you from the sides to grab the corpse.
Hold on. 1 second. Roll that corpse. Got any good things?
Vampire, they don't carry things.
You don't know.
Yeah, she looks like she's
Oh
got
no,
clothes on.
pretty raggedy.
Even raggedy
You
bitches
hand the
got
corpse over to them as they extend their arms out.
Yeah.
Okay, they take it from you and unceremoniously just toss it in through a window.
Oh my
Not
God.
even gonna tap the pockets.
As they toss it in through the window, the glass breaks and flames roar out, searching for the oxygen.
Mm.
Where's Tim?
Uh-oh.
Last we saw, a flaming beam drop down, and he was with the dude. I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden. I'm sorry.
Henrik.
That is now dead.
Henrik.
Heinrich. And then we lost sight of him, and when we got out of the building, Heinrich was on the ground
So he's still in the building. We should go look for him.
napping. I don't think so, because he would be right here at this exit.
Maybe whoever killed. I'm not there. Never mind.
So Heinrich was alive, right? When the beam came down.
Henrik was.
Yeah.
Henrik was alive before the beam came down. It
Oh
did
my
seem. Yeah.
god! What the fuck? He was definitely dead.
Who was?
And we need to talk about this later, team.
The light sends an assassin.
All right. Well,
You see Isaac off to the burgomaster off to the side talking. They're talking with the guards, talking about setting up a perimeter, making sure the entire place is burned down.
Dude, too bad we don't have someone in our group that's really good at burning shit.
How do you think the
No.
fire started?
Who could oversee this project, though? I'm just saying.
I
My
mean,
I think
if
he's
we need
doing
more
a good job
flames,
overseeing it.
please refer to the Discord.
After they shout out these commands to the guards around the area, they turn towards you, once again regarding the giant ape a little cautiously, and especially the burgomaster who stands several feet away from him.
I wave at him.
It is best that this is kept quiet, I think. We don't want to cause unrest. Obviously, this was a desperate maneuver from the devil Strahd to try and prevent us from going on with the festival, as he knows it will deal a crippling blow to him.
I mean, it definitely would have looked bad.
I'll transform back.
Exactly. Okay, as you shrink back down in size, the burgomaster looks over you. Oh, amazing. I had honestly thought you were the other one with the darker hair.
Don't actually know where that one went.
Which one of us has darker hair?
All of you then
Well-
says it.
I have flaming
No, my
orange
hair's
hair,
blonde.
okay?
Yeah, I'm blonde, so
His hair is actually white, though.
wait.
Just because he's an albino.
Wow.
Did one of your friends fall in the fire?
Uncertain. We saw him. Did we actually saw him get out, or?
No, we lost sight when the beam fell down and blocked our vision.
Yeah.
When you say beam, do you mean like a piece of wood or like a beam of light?
Like
A
like a
of
six,
wood.
like a 4x6.
Yes, I
beam.
picked up a piece of light and threw it across the room.
A burning piece of
A
light.
burning
An
piece of light.
This was an 8x12
Raylan wasn't
beam.
there.
look. I'm not
That was
saying that I
true.
thought that like a beam of light came down and that's what separated everyone, but that's what I was thinking for some reason.
A large wooden beam. A large wooden beam.
I missed
that
the
was
wooden
on
part.
fire.
My bad.
That was on fire, so it was all smoky and flamey, obscuring our ability to see. And then next thing you know, there's a corpse on the ground out here, and our friend is gone. Which is why I said
Can
we
I
should talk
go-
about it later.
Can you go?
Over here. Like as close to the front door as I can get.
Okay.
I want to look around to see if I can see Henrik was right here, so I want to look around and see if I can see where, like, which way Tim may have went.
Okay. Give me a survival check.
Can I assist her?
Sure. Either individual or with advantage.
Only if you're brave enough.
Entirely separately, can I also look for traces of Tem around the building?
Oh.
Sure. Give me a survival check as well.
All right,
I'd
you
like to
can do
toss
it
a couple of
separate.
firebolts into the house
Yeah. Do yours.
while they're doing
Yeah,
that.
You see the pool of blood where Henrik laid on the ground just moments before he was thrown into the fire, but you don't seem to see any. You see what appears to be several footprints that are maybe heading away, but it's hard to track exactly where they are going because there's so many, especially with the guards' footprints, to see what it is. But it looks like multiple people did leave from near Henrik's body.
Oh.
Raylan,
Did I kill him?
as you see them from a distance, checking around the footprints, you're able to spot these other footprints that head off, and it seems almost as if maybe 2 or 3 people. It's kind of hard to tell because of how muddled they are in your distance. Did walk away from Henrik's corpse. You lose them, the footprints, as they go into the street because there's nothing else to track them with. But you do see an individual across the street that seems to be staring directly at your companions and Isaac very intently, while all the other individuals who have gathered are looking at the burning building.
Ooh.
Okay. Do they look suspicious?
It is a cloaked individual. You can't really see much of their face or anything like that. It appears like their hands might be like that bluish tint of the individuals who are mistouched.
Can I try to get closer to that guy without him noticing me?
I mean, it is daytime, but you can give me a stealth check as you try to move through the crowd stealthily.
Nonchalance check.
Okay. As you start to make your way through the group, you see Vargas turning around to all of the citizens who are starting to gather around, murmuring different things. And he yells out, "Oh, there is nothing to worry about. Our once beloved coffin maker, Henrik Vandervoort, had contracted some sort of horrible disease after conspiring with the devil Strahd, and our hope has extinguished him from the town of Valaki." You see a couple of people look at each other a little confused. And he exclaims, "All is well!" And several of the guards behind him all say, "All is well." And
All
then
is
all
well.
of the people in the crowd say it as well. You do notice,
Damn,
Raylan,
Strahd.
the individual that you are standing next to lets out a scoff as all of the other people say, "All is well."
How does everyone look?
Like shit
I'm feeling
is
pretty good,
everywhere.
You went all robot Scott.
all things considered.
Domo origato. Okay, we're back.
Yeah, I think you're good now.
Okay.
Well, I guess like
Cough a little
Sazid's looking a little or looking hurt. Bond's looking hurt. Raylan's looking MIA.
blood. Thames looking MIA.
Tim's looking MIA.
Did they look about like
They're not looking rough, but they're looking hurt.
I'm not looking forward to another fight tonight.
or compared to how I look? I only have like healing hands for one person, and I just want to know who to use it on.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, they're about the same.
I rub
and
my neck and use healing word on myself.
Wow, selfish.
Oh fuck! I rolled a 1.
Ooh,
I'll give Bond 7 points. That's all I got.
okay.
It's 7
So
points.
Bond
to
heals
keep
for
me
7
alive.
points, and Sazid, as he rubs his hand on his neck, pops it, and it feels good for a moment, but it still is very sore. Like maybe he popped it wrong.
Oh, definitely did not help.
Ouch.
When you roll your neck to try to get all the cranks out, and it seems like you're about to snap your own neck.
The Burgomaster turns to your group again, and he says, "I'm very sorry for the loss of your friend, but accompany me still at the festival. We'll make this right, and we'll banish this evil from Valaki together."
I assume by how quick you were to take action that this is not the first time something like this has sprung up in Valaki.
Nothing like this has ever occurred in Valaki. It's just that when a situation like this occurs, a leader must take action.
Right, of course.
What's planned for the festival? Do you usually have music?
We will have music on occasion. I think that we can find someone for music if you think that it would be necessary for the festival.
Oh, I was gonna offer to play something if that's something that y'all typically do for the festival.
Well, of course, an honored guest could play music for us at a festival. That would be a welcome addition. And so we're clear again that any indiscretions about the late Henrik are kept between us.
All is well.
All is well indeed. Him and Isaac turn off together and begin to walk away from the fire. Actually, no, they don't. They're gonna patrol around in this area and speak with the people. The Burgomaster is. He's going to walk around the crowd and begin shaking hands. Isaac holding his 2 dogs.
All is definitely not well.
Judging by this fire, it's great.
I really think you need to talk to somebody about that.
Oh shoot! I wanted to ask them something for you. Like,
Probably
Yell
catch
out.
up to him.
hmm.
Probably catch up to him real quick.
They are still just within the crowd of people that have gathered to watch the burning of this building, which some are now starting to kind of cheer for the burning of it amongst the crowd,
Like
cursing
some fans.
Henrik for his conspiratorial manner and collusion with the devil Strahd.
Maybe I could just catch up to them later. I don't really want to mention anything in front of everyone. And I don't know how much he's told everyone.
Probably just all that we heard just now.
I was going to see if Father Lucian has had a chance to talk to him.
About
What was written on Oliver's chest.
right.
As the burgomaster makes his way through the crowd, Raylan, slowly making his way over towards where you are standing just behind this cloaked individual, you see him bring his hood a little closer and turn off sharply to the left and begin heading through the crowd of people away from the building.
I would like to follow them.
Okay.
Well, we're missing Tem now. I mean, we don't have much of a trace of him, do we? You said
No, I saw a bunch of footprints right here, but there's no telling whose they are.
I think we're down another person too. Where did Raylan run off to? He made it out of the building, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he came out with me.
Well, don't really want to sit here and watch this whole thing burn down.
Probably should look for our members here. Should have made a little link or something with them. Didn't think we would split the party so quickly.
You always have to split the party. It's the only way to get things done.
Well, what should we do from here then?
Can you talk to him, Caesar? Are you able
to?
Oh yeah, can you send a message?
I do have 2 left for the day. I will send a message to Raylan. Raylan, where the hell did you go? You always disappear like this. Can you at least, say something to us? You can respond to this message.
I wait a minute, and then I whisper back that I'm following a suspicious character. Do I have to say it out loud? Can I just say it in my mind?
I believe you can say
With
it
my
in
mind
yeah.
bullets?
Bullets.
I just thought I'd tell you that, so you know you are as you follow this individual past the town square, where it seems several people are leaving, heading towards what is now a large fire. Essentially, the guards using their buckets to make sure it stays around or in the building and not spreading out.
Oh yeah, how close are those other buildings? They're probably might be. I mean,
If
a
you
little
hear the
late
message
now.
in your
but-
mind and answer in a like manner. Immediately!
Okay, I will silently, with my mind bullets, tell him that I'm heading west, following someone who looked suspicious.
I look in all 4 directions, not sure where west is. He says he's going west.
You can tell
Following
by where the
somebody
sun
creepy.
barely rises in the morning
It's all foggy.
and where it
You can
barely
hardly
sets
see
in
the
the
sun.
evening.
Can we actually even see the sun?
I have a compass. Don't question.
You can see a slight glow behind the thick fog that is the sky here in Barovia. But it doesn't really pierce through the clouds.
Huh.
It's kind of a dim, low light.
Does anybody know where West is? I feel like he's going to get himself in trouble again.
Probably.
Did he say he was in trouble,
He
or
said he was following somebody suspicious that looks much stronger than him.
that's
I'm gonna
okay?
start heading west.
Okay.
Did he give a street name or number? Are they numbered?
Do you
Is
know
there
any
names?
street's name? Would that have helped you?
Absolutely.
Sure.
I'm on 3rd and Miller.
Okay, Dresley, as you take off to the west, are you gonna tell them you know which way is west, or are you just
I see
leaving?
her
or-
leaving, follower. I'm done with Bond's conversation.
Oh,
Just gonna start walking west.
Okay,
Like I don't know where it is from this map because I can save like a little bit of it, but
it is west, like it would be.
yeah, because the north gate was this.
See,
Oh, I know which way's west now.
now you know. Okay, as you begin to make your way west through the town square, why did the music not change it? Everything is not on fire anymore.
Burning village.
hopefully that doesn't spread.
I mean,
Okay, as you begin to make your way west
Nick it.
through the town square, Raylan, you are on the other side of the town square already following this individual. He begins to make his way through the alleys of this area, seeming to head straight across, cutting through everything here. As you make your way into the town square, you do not see Raylan anywhere in sight, but you can give me a perception check to see if you can try.
All of us?
Sure, if you're all looking for him.
Yeah.
You guys are
I will
looking
let you
for
all-
me.
Definitely not
So
talking to
sweet.
Bond
I'm still
anymore.
I was watching the fire because nobody got me.
You guys didn't invite me.
I'll try it.
I didn't say
Nine,
invite, I said
nine,
nobody got me.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Bond totally said he grabbed the sleeve of your robes and pulled you along.
No, I must watch.
Okay, yeah, you were
I'm still looking
unable.
in that direction, so I'm not gonna look.
Okay, you're unable to track where he has went. He is just gone.
Continue following the road. Wait a little bit. I can send another message. Won't be able to respond to Tem yet, but I'm sure he's fine. He's been in worse situations that he got himself into.
He probably turned into a damn bird again.
Yeah, right? He can probably just fly away. That's probably what
Yeah.
happened. He was like, oh my gosh, an assassin, and flew away.
Unless they had a bird cage.
Already had a hot date
Oh.
with his raven lady.
Sandra Bullock got it in the bird box.
Ah.
Good luck.
As
I
you-
love it.
Where did that come from?
As you finish making your way through these alleys, Raylan, following behind this hooded individual who seems to be abandoning all form of stealthiness for just expedience through here, quite familiar with his route, it seems. He gets into the street and he pulls his hood completely off his head and walks up to the burgomaster's mansion. As he approaches up there, the guards stand off to the side, and one of them opens the door for him, and he walks in.
Interesting.
You said one of the guards did?
He appeared to be a slightly younger. Hold on, I have the token.
I'm so confused. Raylan is seeing this, or we're all seeing
Raylan.
this?
Raylan is seeing this. You
Oh,
guys have
okay.
no idea where he is.
Can I see the smoke rising into the dark sky
You
Yes.
can, yes.
The
Is it
wood
glowing
fire. It's probably black as hell.
gloriously?
So, how excited are you right now? That your actions help burn down a building.
He
very-
appears to
I
be
feel-
about
Oh, he's a zombie.
20 years old, roughly.
Oh.
That's
Has,
funny, Jesus.
He's
Wow.
got thick facial hair, but he appears younger than this art style makes him
He's a
look.
rough.
Yeah, I say he's real rough.
He does have the blue skin of those that are attributed to be called mistouched or
Mistfallen.
no, not mistfallen, mistouched. Yeah, or
He
touched
has
by
the
the mist.
mist rock.
Mistfallen, touched by the mist. That was it.
What about the ones that are born?
That's what I mean. He's like the ones that are born that way.
No, I meant like the Mistborn.
Oh,
Wow.
so as Raylan gets lost in these back alleys, what would the rest of you like to do?
Continue down the road looking.
Yeah. I guess
Just
will be
traveling the
researching
road
my-
west.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
You guys have something better to do. Head west, so let's keep going west.
Okay, Raylan, as they approach just near the Burgomaster's mansion, you see, or right around this intersection here, you see them walking as a group together, following the road. It seems as if they're starting to head north to this intersection.
Towards me?
They are not far from you at all, probably about 40 to 60 feet away when you notice the group of them walking together.
Alright, can I go talk to the guards of the Burgomaster and ask who the man was that just walked through the gate?
Okay, as you approach the Burgomaster's mansion, the two guards cross their spears in front, and they greet you. What business do you have here? The Burgomaster is out.
I was just curious about the man who just entered. I was trying to get a hold of him to ask a question, but he was much too quick for me.
What business is it of yours on who comes and goes in the Burgomaster's mansion?
Rude? Just asking a simple question. Don't know why you gotta be so suspicious about it.
The Burgomaster is out. Come back later if you have business to deal with him or his family.
So it's his family member?
It's best you be off now. They kind of stiffen up.
His son, perhaps.
They just stare off silently, looking ahead.
Oh.
I say that you're not there.
So you guys didn't get to guard the Burgomaster
Just
to the fire? Where vampires were attacking the city? You guys were just chilling here? Got it.
I'll see.
They stand there completely stoic, their spears crossed in front of the door of the
You're like one of those tourists that harass
mansion.
the guards.
Oh my god.
Which is essentially what your group sees off up the hill a little bit as you round the corner from the street. You see Raylan up there speaking with these two guards who are just staring straight ahead and
very
not
standoffish.
acknowledging him. Yes,
Oh,
they
no.
don't seem to be acknowledging him at all.
See, I
They-
told you
they
he was
really-
getting himself into trouble.
They respond when you play with their tall, fuzzy hats.
I mean, nothing.
Shh, don't tell them.
I wave at Raylan. What's happened?
I will rejoin the group and I'll be like, there was a man outside the burning building. It's very inconspicuous. And so I followed.
What did he look like?
He looked like a man who's seen way more than 20 years. Probably pretty young. I think it might be Burgomeister's son.
Was Burgermeister blue?
He hasn't. I'm still waiting for him to tell us that part. He hasn't said that part yet.
Oh, shit.
No, he is not.
Oh.
The Burgomaster does not appear to have that blue skin.
Gotcha.
And I will say, when I say he was, he was blue. He was mistouched.
One of the
Like the rest of
Mistfallen.
us.
Yes.
Mistfallen.
He wasn't beat on any drums or anything like that, right?
So he has the mist rot.
He's got
Yeah.
the Mistrot, yeah.
Oh no!
Is it a rot?
Do I see
I make
any?
the sign of the sun.
Do I see any? Uh, townsfolk around, just like in the streets or walking by, or
There are a few out in the streets.
I just go to the closest one.
Okay.
Ah, excuse me, sir or madame. Do you
Uh,
know? I'm just curious. Do you know of any relatives of the burgomaster? Maybe, sons or daughters?
Definitely wasn't his
Um,
daughter.
well, of course, the Burgomaster has a son and his wife.
Ah, I have heard
His
of this
son,
son.
Victor, and his wife, Lydia Petrovna.
God, have we ever heard that name?
Victor
No, you have not.
Vermaken?
Oh yeah.
Victor, yes, but not.
Lydia.
Everyone in this campaign is named after something. Meowchies.
You caught me.
Victor's the main character.
I've heard of this. His son Victor. Is he one of those?
But one of many.
What do you call it? I'll look at it for an answer.
Oh yes, terrible. I've heard the rumors as well. I don't know if they are true. I've never seen him, but I hear that he's touched by the mist. So, but so is Isaac, and he is very successful. So,
Yes, he's a great man.
perhaps Victor will accomplish many great deeds like his father.
Oh, thank you very much for the information.
Oh,
Toss her a silver piece.
Oh, thank you so much. She
That's
takes it,
very
stuffs
helpful.
it down in between her breasts.
Oh my
Is
god.
she a witcher?
I give her more.
Do it again. Do it again.
I like the way you make those coins disappear.
Oh god, why you gotta make it weird?
Quick, cast minimize on me and I'll jump in her hand.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, you made it even weirder.
What is happening?
I leave. The campaign.
Can I roll for
It's not
seduction,
mine,
please?
I don't care anyways. I'm leaving.
Did you say roll for perception?
No, seduction.
Oh, I thought you said roll for perception, and I'm
I wanted
like,
to see what they
sure,
look like.
roll, and I'll describe the rack.
Oh, if
That
that's
would've
an
been way
option,
better.
I mean, I didn't know that was your offering.
Pictures, please.
Now are they? Never.
Kim's over.
Okay,
like,
so
why
what
the
would
fuck
all
am I
of
the
you
only
like
female
to
in this
do?
group?
Oh, was there like something
Know
weird
more
about
about
this
those-
Victor, or like why were you following him?
I mean, you know, when you're standing outside a burning building and the one person who looks the most disinterested in it and then leaves before anyone else even starts the fire,
Ask me.
you know.
The people that look too interested and don't want to leave, that they're weird.
Well, I mean, I wasn't going to watch Nikolai all day.
True.
Got him.
But the town
So
lady.
he
that
wasn't
I just-
interested in the fire. He was interested in us.
Apparently
Or the
nobody.
people.
The town lady did not see the Victor character, so I wonder if this is like a, he doesn't like to show off his son because of this malady.
Probably.
What would I say he looked like he was paying more attention to when I noticed him?
He was looking at, it seemed like over there at your group and the Burgomaster, and Isaac, just because they were all together, so it's kind of hard to see if he was like specifically staring at one individual. He was definitely did seem interested in that space, though.
Well, we could just go speak to this young Victor.
Kinda. I mean, we gotta wait for the burgomaster to get there. The
Why?
the guards, they're not very keen on anyone talking about anything without the burgomaster present.
I go up to the guards.
Yeah, I watch him get arrested.
Okay, who's going to seize it? Anyone?
I will go with him, but I'll stand off a back so it doesn't look like I'm with him. but I'm there in case things go down.
Anyone else going with Sazed?
We
Sure.
go where the group goes,
Yeah. I mean,
except when I'm eating.
Okay. Dresley?
Yeah, I'll walk behind them.
Okay.
Hi, yes, oh. Sorry, I thought you were waiting
Sorry,
for
I
me.
was trying to move us over. No, sorry. As you approach, the two guards look
Oh my god.
at you, and then or at your group, and then they look down the street, back and forth a little bit. Burgomaster's out. They cross their spears. They slam together with a metal clang in front of the doorway.
Hi, yes,
If you have business with them, come back later.
we're just here to speak to the young Master Victor. Could you summon him for us?
Victor's busy. Come back later. As you hear them say this, you watch as the doors open up behind them. And this rather rugged-looking individual steps forward.
Ooh.
That's fine. Please, come in. Come in. Let us speak.
I nod my goofy hat at the guard that was being rude.
They uncross their spears and step back away from the door.
Say, that's not
I
a nice
walk
way
in
to
with
talk
my
to
hair
the...
billowing in the wind.
I'll say
I
that's
light
not
them
a
both on
nice way
fire.
to talk to the Burgomaster's honored guest, might I add. I'm going to have to speak to him about this. What's your name?
Tanlin,
Hamlin.
sir,
Do I believe him?
give me an insight check.
11.
He could be telling the truth.
Okay, I will discuss this later.
Oh, okay. Sorry, sir.
Good day.
I walk past them, looking very important. Hair billowing in the wind as if I was wearing a cape of billows in my hair. Which is weird because there's no wind out.
It's just
Well,
always
they make-
billowing.
But when the main character walks, things happen.
Okay. As you come in, he says, "We have a lot to discuss, but we don't have a lot of time. My mother is busy, and my father will probably be distracted with the praise of his subjects, so hopefully it will buy us a moment. If you don't mind, upstairs, please." And he begins to ascend the stairs.
I ascend!
I check the stair for traps.
You need an investigation check as you walk
Really,
up
I
the
just walk up the
Okay.
stairs. But I make sure I step exactly where Victor steps.
Oh, is it impolite to case the joint? You know, look for any.
Yes.
I mean, if you don't tell anybody you're doing it, yeah.
I'm
Just-
not looking for things to steal.
Just
in that
walking
room
through the
over there.
hallways like a normal person, not looking to steal.
I'm totally focused on walking.
Okay.
Only walking.
As you walk through this, very, very well furnished mansion. It looks actually in much better upkeep than the Burgomaster's mansion in Barovia. You walk past several doors, and he leads you to this one. He turns and looks back down the hallway again before he opens the door.
I look behind me as well when he does.
Okay, you only see your friends there down the hallway.
Except for me, I'm in the darkness.
I can see him. There's light.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, there's definitely candles and stuff lit, so you're definitely spotted. As you enter into what appears to be a
The state of
a
mind.
master bedroom, furnishings appear to have lost some of their color and splendor due to the passage of time. Victor reaches up his hand in front of him and grabs a short pole rope that hangs from a wooden trapdoor in the ceiling.
What the hell?
He's taking us to a sex dungeon.
I know this is all very secretive, but I just have to ask that you trust me. I saw who took your friend, and I think that we could help each other. And he climbs up the ladder of the trapdoor.
Not it.
I go first.
second.
I'll go.
I'll
I'm in
bring
the
up the
middle. I'm
rear.
the wizard sandwich.
I'll bring up the rear. What's the worst that can happen in the rear?
What are you doing, step bro?
Oh my
Oh
god.
my
I'm stuck on
goodness.
this ladder.
Oh my god.
Help me, Stepfire.
Whoa!
Fire.
As you enter into a dusty 20-foot square room that has a high-pitched ceiling, it's about
20 square
25.
foot, you say?
Yeah, it's about 20 feet at its peak. The wooden rafters are shrouded in cobwebs, except for a old table with a lantern on it, and the room is empty. Other than that,
My
He walks
fireball
over.
could fill this whole room.
Gotta look out the
he
window.
walks over to another door and opens it up, and he says, "Tread lightly through here. My mother is a bit of a collector." As is
Oh.
my father, and as you enter into what appears to be
Oh
a
my god.
mess of junk with a maze passageway, or maze-like passage going through all of it.
I believe the correct term would be hoarder.
What is a hoarder?
Ooh. Oh, my Lanta.
It's like
You're
a
You see-
collector that gets a little fanatical.
Among the junk you see barrels, crates, trunks, and old furnishings, all of them covered with cobwebs and dust. And he nimbly walks through this passageway that appears to have been carved by just passage of an individual walking through here several times.
Everyone, keep an eye out for a cupboard with a bird in it.
What are you talking
Or a
about?
cage?
Oh,
No. It's a cupboard.
Wait,
no.
what?
Oh, it's from like Harry Potter.
As you make your way across the room, you see a door in front of you. A large skull is carved into the door, and hanging from the doorknob is a wooden sign that reads, "All is not well."
Oh.
As he approaches the skull, he waves his hand in front of it, and you hear him saying some arcane words, which you know to be the spell Dispel Magic, Nikolai. The skull fades, or lights up for a moment, and then the light fades from its eyes. Sorry, I have certain precautions in place to prevent the intrusion of unwanted individuals.
just as a small word of warning, with all this wood in here, one small spark and this whole place is going down, as we just witnessed in the coffin maker shop.
I would like to stare at an individual party member intently.
I rub
As
my
he
fingers together and static springs between
as he-
them.
Oh god.
As he opens the door, you hear what sounds like the rattling of bones from just inside, and very quickly at his feet gather several animated cat skeletons
Oh my
who
god.
paw up at him, and he's like, "Shush, shush, shush! Get back, get back! Sorry, they're very needy."
They look
He pushes
very
his way
underfed.
into the
So
store,
what
or
the
into the room.
I pet one of them.
Okay, you follow him into the room.
I follow behind Say's head.
Uh,
I don't touch the
Yeah.
dead stuff though. It's weird.
Okay, as you all enter into the room, it seems as if someone has taken a bunch of old, mismatched furniture and created a study in this dusty, lamplit chamber. There are tables with strewn pieces of parchment, and strange diagrams have been drawn on them. In the corner of the room, you see what appears to, or what looks a lot like, Sazed and Nikolai, you're very familiar with this, a circle of teleportation that is not quite finished and not quite accurate.
Nice. Wait.
Um,
nice.
In the northeast corner of the room, you see a very unnerving sight of what appears to be 3 small children standing with their backs to you in the northeast corner of the room.
What the hell is that? I point at dolls.
Are the skeleton
Oh,
cats undead?
Yes, they are. Nikolai would definitely be aware that an animated skeleton is an undead creature. They seem to clamor all around him as he talks. He gestures over towards them. Oh, yes, I am sorry. They are mannequins. He walks over and he turns one over. It appears to be a wooden humanoid-looking figure. These are my clothes from when I was younger. My mother had these made. It's very embarrassing. I was thinking about burning them, but I've resolved to just hiding them.
I don't care about the clothes, man. It's the why are they dressed on these mannequins in the corner? The
Why do
creepy
they look
cats,
like little children?
or the skeletal cats are fine. I like them, but those things are awful.
Well, my mother, she had them made. I hide them here so she doesn't keep them downstairs and show them to people.
Smart. That is.
Yeah, but why
That
don't
is
you
a
keep
good
them in the
idea.
other room
Maybe like
with all this junk?
put the cloth over them or something then.
Or put them in the other room with the junk.
And
I
no
had
one
it
comes
here
in
something
this
to watch.
room, but they will come up here to the attic and they'll see them.
Oh, you know what you should do? You should hide one
No.
and then
Stop it.
hide another one in a separate location and move them around every now and again.
Oh my goodness.
Right?
Scare people with them.
Saw that
Yep.
movie.
Back to the much more pressing matter of your missing friend.
I don't know. Those kids are so creepy. That's pretty impressive.
They're just mannequins.
Sure.
The twins. I saw them outside of the coffin maker shop. They pulled your friend from the store. The smoke was choking him, and I believe they assaulted him after they killed Henrik.
The Walkers.
Yes,
Those buffoons.
the Wachter brothers, Nikolai and Karl.
They killed them, man.
Yes, I saw them. They killed Henrik.
I
They
believe it.
cut his throat and they left him there. Give me an insight check.
Motherfucker. 13.
He seems sincere.
I cannot picture them doing that. They seem almost harmless and dopey, if you will.
Why do you have a sign saying all is not well?
Mostly to upset my father, to be honest. He is the only one who sees it.
Is that the only sign you've made saying that?
Yes, why? Have you seen others?
Just the one. It was carved into a dead man's flesh.
It was not me then. I have never done that.
Exactly what somebody would say that did that sort of thing.
The closest that I have had to interactions with the dead is my feline companions here.
Is this a natural thing for you? Are you... Not natural, sorry. Have you trained in these arts? Is this something you do?
it is something that I have been practicing and dabbling with, and he gestures over towards the circle on the ground. He said, I'm almost completed with my best work. It is a circle that I will be able to enter into and leave Valaki forever.
You said it wasn't like finished and correct. With my work on the other one with Nikolai, can I like point out things that are wrong per se, or just
If you give me an Arcana check, because of your familiarity, I would say you might be able to point out some things that are inaccurate about his flaws. But as far as like completing it, helping him to complete it in any way,
no?
that would be a little bit beyond your scope. Yeah, but you could definitely point out flaws that exist in it.
Oh, 9.
9. It's kind of hard to point out anything specific about it that looks flawed, but it definitely does look like something is different in the way that it's put there, and maybe not accurate.
Well, you're not doing a great job with this here. We've seen 1 or 2 of these before, and something about this is just not right.
Well, it is a work in progress, and that is where I think that we could help each other out. I could ask your assistance, and he points directly over there towards Nikolai with his hand, and then gestures over towards you, says it. I've heard that some of you are very skilled in these magical talents, and with your assistance, maybe you could help me to finally get out of here.
You're not allowed to leave?
I am expected to take over after my father, and I have no interest in taking over the job of a puppet.
It would be nice to know
Puppet
another
to who?
place that we can eventually-
Wait. A puppet?
I don't know if my father is intentionally foolish or if he's been blinded, but he is paranoid and untrusting, and I feel like someone else guides him now.
This is all well and possible, but have you seen the things outside? It is very right to be paranoid and afraid of these things.
I am fairly capable of myself in some magical arts as well, and you see him snap his fingers in front of him, and what appears like, or seems like a large, thick cloud of fog he evaporates into and then reappears across the room.
God,
Hey,
I
I can-
really have to
Nikolai,
learn.
you are familiar with this spell. All of you are familiar with this spell. Dresley has this spell. Tem has this spell. It is Misty Step.
Impressive.
I really
have
have to
this
learn
spell.
that spell.
He turns and he bows.
I have that spell.
This is
So-
bullshit.
What?
I would like to
why do
applaud
you
like
think
I've
he's
never
being-
seen it before.
Why do you think he's being guided? Is he changed? Was he different before?
I clicked the wrong
paranoid
thing.
and,
Oh, he
and
attacked.
got-
No. I clicked the
I
wrong thing.
stabbed Victor in the throat.
That wasn't even Victor that attacked you. It was an accident, and as I was clicking through things,
Oh
Isaac
my
I was clicking
God.
through
Door
character
and attacks
sheet,
him
and
with a
Isaac
metal
just burst in through the
Foreshadowing.
door. And he says, I don't know who it could be. He wasn't always this way. It's just seems as if recently, with all of these constant festivals becoming more and more often, that either someone else is telling him to do these absolutely pointless things, or he has just gone mad. And if he has gone mad, then I do not wish to take over the job that drives you mad. And if he is not, then I will just replace him as someone else's pawn.
Well, I'm maybe
So he only
don't-
recently started throwing festivals?
Well, he has thrown festivals on holidays when they would be celebrated, but less than a week ago, People paraded through the streets with the heads of wolves on pikes, chanting throughout the night. Men, women, and children, it didn't matter. And for what? It did nothing. We
Uh,
still suffer as other cities, just less because of our walls.
I
That's
agree.
pretty weird.
Don't think this is the best way to run a city, lying to your people. I can't fault him for the job he has done, and I've seen the people in the town. They do have, well, blinders on. They know that they think they're safe. They think everything's fine, and they're living a life. Is that the best way to run the city? Probably not. But seems to be going well so far.
Well, do they have
Yes,
blinders, or are they just afraid
You
to
see
say
him
anything?
sneer as you
What-
say
you know,
this. He says,
white
yeah,
lies.
all is well, as my father would say.
There, well, I'm sure you know, and we all know as well, that he is purposefully misleading them. It is not well. Things are very bad, but I don't know what is the alternative to this? A city living in fear that their doors will be ripped down by these vampires?
Honestly, what happens to Valaki after I leave is not of concern to me. I can no better protect all these people or lead them than I could give this cat its actual flesh back. And he gestures down towards the cat, which is nuzzling up against his leg.
I cast minor illusion to make him look like a real cat.
But you see, this is just a farce as well, and he cast a spell magic over it, causing it to dissipate.
Yes, just like this city. That may actually be what happens soon. But I digress. What do you know of our friend? Before we come to any deals or bargains.
Here,
I know
tell us.
that he was taken by the Wachter twins. I do not know why they
Oh.
would do that. I do know that Zoldar and Yevgeny have not been seen since they had last visited with them. And while the rumor is that they left to go fight whatever was out in the mist and died, I do not believe that to be true.
Missed that rumor. I guess that is all we need to know, huh? We can always go talk to their mummy.
Wait a minute. Who went into the forest and died?
The twins.
The rumor around town, because no one has seen Zoldar or Yevgeny since before the lockdown, is that they had went outside and had possibly been killed by whatever was in the mist.
Nobody saw them before the lockdown.
When was the last time we saw them? When he,
Oh.
was
Yeah.
when he gave me his axe?
So like, when we went out to look, nobody saw them. So that's like timeline. Like when we went out and found that body out there, nobody saw the twins.
Not the twins. Used as the.
The last
Yeah,
time
Yevgeny
that
and-
your
Hunters.
group saw the twins was with the two hunters.
Yeah, no, I meant like with what
Yeah,
he's saying.
that was
they
the-
haven't been seen since the lockdown. We went out during the lockdown and found that body, so it could have been
Yeah.
had something to do with them. What I'm asking.
That does sound as if what he is saying.
Well, that is. Oh, I believe we have a lot to discuss over dinner then, yes?
We still having dinner at the twins' house?
And we need more information now.
Sounds like we need to.
All right.
Well,
But so what is our end of the bargain here? What do you want from us?
Well, I would like assistance in completing this circle so that I could escape Valaki.
This is it?
If you are unable to assist me in completing this, then exit from Valaki. They would never let me pass the gates,
It would be very helpful
so
for
I
us
would need assistance.
to have
And,
another
of course, my companions.
Oh,
Companion.
yeah.
And he gestures down towards all the cats that are milling about his feet.
Can't you just
Sure.
have normal cats?
Can turn them invisible, put them in the
Go up.
cart. Wolves.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Can I inspect the circle?
Sure, give me an Arcana check.
What the fuck?
Damn near what I roll.
What's with these
Okay,
rolls?
there's a huge issue with this teleportation spell. If someone were to try to use it, especially in its current condition, it could be horribly dangerous and cause severe bodily harm.
Like
Nice.
insides become outsides and outsides become
The
insides.
specifics are kind of outside of his role there, but it could be bad.
Let's test it.
What time of day is it? Like, we still have a few hours before the dinner?
Yeah, it's probably about 3. Getting
Definitely
close
need
to
to go.
4.
Probably need to get cleaned
Oh.
up. We probably smell like smoke.
I suppose we could
Oh,
spend
yeah.
a few hours here helping him, and we can meet you back at the inn before dinner. You guys don't need to stay here and watch us do boring work.
Prestidigitation, so I don't smoke.
I mean, that's how I plan to take a shower.
I'm asking you to prestidigitation.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you very well. I will touch Raylan and
I give consent.
soil his clothes. I'm just kidding.
Yeah!
I will clean his clothing.
Okay.
I cleaned the other half of him.
His body.
Only like a foot, right?
Everybody can just get prestidigitation as they file out of the room if they want.
We're like
we stop.
one of those
we
like
spin around while every
It's like a
quarter.
car wash.
Yeah, we're
You
like one of
just
those
walk between the
sanitary
two of
rooms.
them getting blasted with prestidigitations.
We'll be like the thing in Fallout that removes radiation.
Yeah, what do you call those? Those like
The shower thingy, whatever
Yeah.
the thing Scargo built in Fallout 74.
decontamination
Garage
thing?
tower.
We're like a decontamination station. As they walk
Yeah.
by, we both spray from either side.
I like it.
Alright, so we'll meet you back at the house. I would actually maybe leave an hour early to go there, as I could use a rest before we head over. We don't know what will happen.
Oh yeah.
Unless you want to stay here, I mean, I could
You
use
can watch
the
us, but
company.
it's gonna be real boring.
You'd always go look through the collection over there. I'm sure he won't mind.
Do you guys think you'll be able to get this working soon?
Oh, probably not.
Or
I mean, we need to spend some
just set him
time
on his
to
way?
look at it. Right now, it is very dangerous.
Are you thinking of trying to get your sister out of here with it?
I don't have much confidence that this will be finished tonight, but we can start happening. Oh, that is, well, maybe he can take them as well. That could
Right.
be an option of getting your sister out of the city when we get him out.
Getting who out with me?
Where do you plan on going?
Well, I haven't much thought about it.
Do you not?
Perhaps I'll check how things are over in Kresk, or maybe even over in Barovia.
Have you seen another one of these circles over there?
Oh no, I have no certainty on exactly where this will take me, just that it will take me away from here.
Well, it's not going to take
Oh.
you anywhere in its current form. It's
I'll
gonna
whisper to Nicholas.
hurt your ass.
I don't think he knows how these circles work.
I mean, clearly not. The current version of it would probably kill him.
Are these even? Can we
I
even
mean-
set this up to just transport someone where randomly or where we want?
Huh.
Well, we could try and connect it to the one at our house, and then when we return home, we can fix that, and it would connect the village to us.
I would really
Maybe?
not like an open source that someone can just walk into our home.
Well, I mean, it's in a closed room with an iron gate, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a wooden door.
What?
It was a
Oh.
wooden
Fix
door
it.
that he had a magical effect
No,
over
no,
the
our
front
house.
of.
The one in
It's
our
our
house.
Oh, your
house
house.
in the
Oh, yeah,
basement.
your house. Yes.
Let's just.
It's been
Yes, it is in a closed room with a metal door.
I'm just saying we could link them, and I mean, we can always leave this one "quote unquote" on and turn ours off like we did before.
As far as I remember, what they read is that you need another. You need to know of another circle to be able to go to it. But maybe he knows more about this. We can learn from him as we work.
Or maybe there's another one. I mean, I guess technically you could put in a random address, and you don't know where you'll end up. You can just end up in Avernus.
We'll see. Alright. Anybody who's leaving, I will be back at the inn with an hour to spare before dinner.
Oh, yeah, that's not enough time to regain any health points, but let's,
That is
sounds good. Let's
What?
go.
that is exactly enough time to regain health points.
Oh yeah, short rest. Never mind.
I mean, that is
Um,
exactly enough time to bandage our wounds before we go.
That sounds like a swell idea.
Which is what the plan was.
My brain works, I think.
What were you
To
saying,
the
Presley?
inn.
I'm gonna ask Victor if there's like a bathhouse or somewhere in town.
I believe that there's a bathhouse not far from the inn. I couldn't tell you honestly of its exact location. I honestly only use the bath here.
Why have we never been to the bathhouse? We started at a
Because
Because
we're
I can give
gross.
myself a bath with prestidigitation.
It's not actually. That's just like.
I'm
that's
And
sure if
actually-
you ask around
It
the
is-
inn, though, they will be able to point you in the proper direction.
And it's definitely cleaner than the toilet water you guys are gonna go bathe in.
I,
It's still
I,
water.
there's probably no. I'm pretty sure there's no kids allowed in that.
Oh, because you've never peed in the pool before.
Today.
Oh my
Right.
god.
So
that one.
Bon and Dresley are leaving. Raylan, are you leaving as well, or
Yep.
are you staying?
I'm
Okay.
going with Dresley. Where she
Okay.
goes, I go.
The
Before
three
we,
of you begin to head out. What? Sorry?
before we start this, the condition is either put the curtain over those dolls or get them out of the room. Cannot look at them.
Tony, hide one spot and hide the rest
You're not
around
here. Get
and
out
move
of here.
around.
Get out of my
Fair,
head.
fair enough.
This is as I walk around out the door.
He takes his cloak off and he pushes them up together and throws the cloak over the three of them, mostly obscuring them.
Is it creepier?
No way.
It's less creepy. It's definitely less creepy.
They look like ghosts now.
They do kind of look like a collective ghost with 6 legs.
Oh my god, that's awful.
It's an insect ghost.
How long-
Okay,
how
as
long
you
is
make your
Victor's
way
left?
through the attic of junk and down the trap door into this master bedroom. And then along the hallway, back around to the stairs. And out to the front door. The maid opens the door for you as you go to leave, and the guards stand aside as you walk out. Up there in the room. What are the two of you doing with Victor? Are you going to work on the circle with him?
Yeah.
I'd like to know his inspiration for this circle. Does he have a book that he used? How does he know? How
Yes,
did he get
yes.
started with this one?
I do have a book. I found quite a few magical scrolls, and I've wrote a lot of these spells to the best of my ability into this book here. He pulls a book out from his robes and he sets it down. You see quite a lot of arcane sigils as he begins to flip through the pages. Some of them are for schools of magic that you're familiar with intimately, such as evocation. Other ones are also you recognize to be necromantic sigils. And he stops on a page for the spell. Give me an Arcana check. Yes.
Buddy with money.
Nice.
I give up.
Fort-
I'm done with this game.
Okay. It is kind of hard to read this spell. It looks a little bit out of your depth,
Daisy, come look at this with me.
but you do understand a certain amount of it based off of your interaction with the other one, and you might be able to translate it properly onto the floor.
Can we copy some of these when we are done with this?
Yeah, I guess that would be okay if you.
I assume this is the book you carry around for yourself.
Yes, this is my own personal book, and he kind of picks it up as you ask this question and holds it very close to his chest.
Some of the...
I'll pull out my book and say I've got one of those too.
Oh, he kind of smiles a little bit. Yeah, I would.
Maybe we could
I'd be willing
exchange
to.
some information.
Perhaps, maybe, yes.
between
I
the
could.
two?
Of course, I could let you look over my own spell book, and
If that is okay with you,
you could
Nikolai.
perhaps allow me to look at yours as well.
I mean, if we're being honest, I don't do the book stuff. I just...
As long as you're very careful with it.
Of course, as I would be as careful with it as if it were my own.
As he
Fair
licks
enough.
the Cheetos sauce
But
off his fingers.
I'd take a look at the teleportation spell for now.
Okay. Give me an Arcana check as you attempt to
I'd like to discuss it with
figure
him.
out how to best improve it
6!
or fix it. 6.
I have not rolled
Looking
well
over
enough.
this, you feel as if you've almost completely forgotten everything from
if
the
we-
old
if we do it
teleportation
together-
circle.
If we do it together, can he do it with advantage?
You do it with advantage, not me.
Fine. Can we discuss the book together? Very
Oh.
carefully and slowly.
I
over
cannot
like
read this
15
handwriting.
minutes.
You read
If
it
you
and
would
I'll-
like to just invest the time to work on it, you
Yes,
would be
I
able
would.
to invest time into it, and I'll determine progress later with a roll.
Okay. Yes, I would like to study it carefully.
Ooh, do I have...
Okay.
No, I don't. Fuck. I gotta get that spell.
So the three of you begin to work with these skeletal cats jumping around from desk to desk, sometimes laying down and sleeping. And this takes let's see, you're planning to be back
With an
by
hour,
an hour
for a short
before
rest,
the
yeah.
dinner.
I'm
Okay,
very
so
torn between wanting to murder these cats and pet them. My one weakness is
How's it-
cats.
How can you kill that which is already dead?
I love cats. But I hate the dead.
How do you kill that which has no life?
Things need life to live.
okay, returning back to the tavern, Dresley Bon, and Raylan. What are the three of you doing?
Bathing.
Yeah, freshening up and bandaging some wounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Erwin points you in the direction of the nearest bathhouse, which is not far from the inn at all. It's a very nice bathhouse, almost akin to the one from Daggerford, where you had first started your adventures together.
Oh, nice.
Seems like such a long time ago.
Right?
Fuck. I closed
And
the
if you'd
game.
like, during this time, for that hour, the three of you can take your short rest.
Short rest.
You may take a short rest during that time.
Okay, time to roll those hit dice. Big money. Fuck yeah.
Raylan looks right as rain.
Nikolai and Sazed for the first hour. We'll do it this way. You're going to be there for 2 hours. For the first hour, give me either individual Arcana checks or one of you with advantage.
One of me with advantage.
All
I
right, what?
assume.
Arcana check,
Oh.
either together or
No.
individually, or one
I
of you
will
with advantage.
assist the hell out of him.
Okay.
You should
As
play
you
some
rub
music.
rubbing Nikolai's
Ooh,
shoulders,
can
kind
I-
of amping him up. You
No.
got this, buddy.
I can't. Can I inspire him while I assist him?
You want to hum while you rub his shoulders?
What do you got for me with inspiration?
Oh no.
Oh, I should have thought this beforehand. You're right. I got nothing. I just assist him.
Okay. Oh,
Wait, how many hours we got left?
you got
many
another
attempts we
hour
got?
after this.
Nice.
You got one more attempt after
Okay.
this. Yeah, you got another hour. Okay, a 19. Nikolai, you were able to, comparing the book to the circle, you're able to figure out the severe flaws that he did make that makes the unfinished circle extremely dangerous, and correct them as they're supposed to be in the book. Circle's not quite finished yet. It's going to take a good bit more time, but you're definitely making progress. Okay, so everyone has completed their short rest and their bath at the tavern. Is there anything else that anyone would like to do over there? Raylan, Bon, or Dresley?
I'm
I'm-
good.
I was
know-
gonna talk to Raylan about if they can't get that finished and he's not able to take Niger or Arena, then there's something that I can try to see if we can't get them out of the city.
What's that?
Crap, what's that town that we're from?
Cursed?
Waterdeep?
Curse or Press or something like that?
Karst or I think Karst.
Karst.
Yes. After I left there, I kind of joined a group. They deal a lot with information and hidden messages, and I don't know. I'm not sure if anyone here would be familiar with the codes, but I can play something and see if I get a response. It's just risky because there's no telling who might know it and if anyone does.
Did you join a cult?
More like a group of individuals that deal in information.
I feel like if you have to pause when someone asks you if it's a cult, it's a cult.
Uh,
It's not a cult. It has nothing to do with religion.
I mean, I
are they
hunt monsters.
questionable
I
individuals
hunt monsters, so I have no room to talk.
with
So
the law, perhaps?
I bite
Well,
my
they
friends.
helped
I have no
me
room to
find.
talk.
They helped me find you, Bon, when I went to you about tracking Nija. I don't know if you've heard of them though.
Well, you know, couple, we'll just say shady individuals have a certain way of communicating amongst each other.
I'll show Raylan and Bon my gold ring with the smiling grinner.
that doesn't look familiar to me at all, does it?
No,
What about me?
no, not really familiar with it.
Damn it.
I
Hoping
do need thieves'
with
cant
my
though.
criminal past.
Actually, yeah, criminal with a criminal past, the criminal background, you would have heard of this group before. Kind of like a, not necessarily Illuminati type, but definitely a secret society that keeps all of their ongoings or their goings on also secret. Most of their activities are mostly unknown. The major or all of what you really know about them is that they talk to each other in code, and they um, are pretty old.
Okay. So more of like hints and rumors, and that they're an old group.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Basically, an old secret society.
Giant lemon party.
Oh my god.
But if there is someone here that would recognize it, then maybe they could give us shelter, help us find a way out.
I mean, guess put your on your pinky ring and see what happens. I mean, who knows where they're. I mean, they might.
I mean, maybe I know the Vistani remind me a lot of them. I think that's why I like the Vistani a lot. And they come and go, so maybe they've picked up on it. And then, there's the thing with people say other adventurers have came through, so
Yeah.
maybe some of it's trickled into.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely want to get Nija out of Valaki before things escalate more than they already have. But I also still need to find Soros and Carol.
I can't remember. Did you ask? You asked Irina and Nigel where Wolf's Den was, right?
I know
They
that I
said
know it's to
where.
the west. I don't remember who gave me that information, but yes, Carol's pack
I,
is to the west.
yeah, I think it was Ray's, because y'all were asking him where he got the scratch.
Raise is such a mess.
Okay, I couldn't remember like where that came from.
I don't.
Okay.
My notes just say Carol's pack is in the forest to the west, or the mountains, or something in the west.
Is there anything else Don't mean to interrupt anyone. Just wanted to ask if there's anything else during this hour that anyone was planning to do specifically.
Well, I'm
Oh.
sorry, DM. Was our conversation getting too boring for you?
No, I just wanted to make sure that if anyone had anything planned
thing.
for that hour, they
Since my
No, just
my leather armor is probably a little scuffed up, I got myself some new armor. Who has it? Where's my stud leather? What did I do with that stuff?
You bought it.
I know I bought it.
You
I just
bought
didn't
it. You
put
should
on.
have it on you. So you're gonna put it on.
I'm gonna pull that out of my back pocket. You know, no questions asked.
Yeah.
And put some nice studded leather armor on.
Speaking
that-
of shiny new stuff, Bond, this ring
Yes?
that came from the woman who tried to kill you, are you sure you don't want it?
It's definitely not a woman.
Or the mind flayer? In my head, she was a woman.
It was the bearded lady. Don't
Yeah,
be
it-
rude.
Yeah.
Mind flayers can be women.
Tentacle beard.
Don't think they
Tentacle
have a
beard.
gender.
I mean, it's just
Wow.
They do.
Did you just
It's
assume
called
their
terrible.
genderlessness?
It's just all terrible. I don't remember what the ring was.
I just don't necessarily know that this is something I need.
I think the only thing I remember about the ring was
Gives you advantage on stealth and lets you garrote people.
it lets me grope people.
Go rope.
Garrote.
Yes, you want
Choke
to
them
garrote
to
people.
death.
Oh
Oh,
God! Don't give him that.
Like sneak up behind them and just like choke them out.
You ever play Hitman? You can Agent 47 the shit out of some people.
oh, pretty awesome.
Got a
Just
yes.
trying to free up some attunement slots so that Bobo will give me a magic bow.
That's not how this works at all.
How many magic items are you allowed to have on you?
3.
Well, you can have
You're
as
allowed
many
to
as you
be
want, but only
attuned to
that's
3.
attuned.
Attuned to 3. Okay. I think I'm only
Oh.
attuned.
that reminds me. I want to attune to that necklace.
Oh, okay.
I give Bond the ring, and I said, if you don't
Okay.
use it,
We'll kill you.
that's your
Yeah,
story.
just use it or you deserve to die. You use stealth using user.
wow.
I mean, you know what?
Okay.
It might come in handy. So fuck it. Let's. I mean, maybe
Even
I
if you
just
only ever use it for advantage on stealth, it's still pretty useful.
Yeah.
Just remember, you always have advantage on stealth. Then.
Are you attuning to the ring then?
yes.
As he unattunes to it and hands it over to you. Okay, it's in your inventory.
Thank you.
Dresley,
I'm
was
gonna
there
do this
anything else
stuff
you
using
wanted to
stealth
do?
voice now.
Or Raylan, was there anything else you wanted to do?
Let me see what I have. I have a battle lance and these tools. I don't have anything to try to make more arrows. It's range.
Make an arrow and like just hammer a silver piece onto it.
Yeah, can I try to make some arrows just without the arrowheads? I just
The
like
shaft.
Like just the shafts? Yeah, sure. Give me
Yeah.
a check with your woodworking tools.
Oh, it's a new day, ain't
Yes, it is.
it?
Okay.
Can I talk to when we get done with the at the bathhouse? Can I talk to the innkeeper and see if he can't help me fill out the map a little bit further?
I think that should only be a 14 because I'm not proficient with these tools yet.
Okay. Yeah, you don't get the proficiency bonus. I checked. Yeah, I got you.
He
Sure.
would've
You
had
know
a
what?
good
Give
bird's
me
eye
a.
view.
As he gives you a description of the lay of the land around, and you're sketching it out. Give me a check with advantage.
X, right?
Yes.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
How do you? That's unfortunate.
Roll
That will
20
never
is
get
just
done.
being
It,
rude.
it like hurts her for these tools every time, man. They just do not like working for her.
Roll 20 just really wants you to buy the maps from them.
Clearly, you need physical dice.
He has a little bit of trouble, or you have a little bit of trouble kind of correctly conveying what it is he's trying to explain. And as you kind of sketch it out a little bit, he says, maybe try to come back later, and we'll try to go back over it again, and I'll see if I can't help flesh out the map a little bit for you.
Because that is just not right.
I'm not very good at describing. I know it's a little
There you go.
tricky.
It's his fault, not your fault.
I'm gonna thank him for trying to help me, and then kind of mumble about how,
The dice are stupid.
no, about how like I kind of wish Tim was here because he could just fly me up and I could see for myself.
My hand just doesn't. I know what I want to draw, but my hand just doesn't want to do it.
Dude, that's the story of my life. I can picture Santa Claus so clear in my head, then it comes out like a stick. It's crazy.
Nikolai and Sazed, as you finish up your second hour before you are going to return back to the inn to give yourself ample time to rest before going for the dinner, I need an Arcana check, either at advantage from one of you or assisted.
Before I do
Or, I
that,
mean, individual.
will pull out my viol and say, "Let me give you my last bit of inspiration." And I will play and sing, "His backstory may be tragic, but he's the man with the magic. I will do my best to give support as we create the greatest teleport."
Pretty good.
You are inspired, Nikolai, so you can... Oh, Nikolai had to AFK emergency. He messaged me just a moment ago.
Oh no, he missed my
so,
song.
before
What the hell?
We heard his bell.
Sorry. I just noticed he messaged me. So, what we're going to do is we are going to take a break and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Ah!
We are back! Nikolai, as
It's
you...
official.
Nikolai, as you are completing up your second hour of work on this teleportation circle, please give
I
me
will
an
take out
Arcana
my
check.
viol and play a
with-
song for him. And I'll sing for you, not Meowshy, geez, Nikolai. His backstory may be tragic, but he's the man with the magic. I will do my best to give support as we create the greatest teleport.
Oh my goodness, that is good.
I like the first version better.
Okay, so give me a roll with
Oh, me
advantage,
too, buddy,
and
me too.
if you'd like, you can add your inspiration, but that's up to you.
Yeah, add that D8 to make it
I'm gonna
even
add it.
better.
Okay,
Ah.
24 is still pretty good though. You
That roll is
definitely
not a
feel
true reflection of my inspiration after hearing that. Sorry, Boba, go ahead.
you do feel like you made quite a lot of progress in translating the text to the actual spell on the ground, and it appears to be quite accurate according to what you're reading from the book. So as you complete your
Excellent.
second hour and it begins to approach time for you to head back to the inn,
I mean, you can stay here and continue if you like, but I need to go patch off my wounds and rest a bit before our dinner date.
I mean, I probably should do the same.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll finish this today.
Yeah, probably was.
But, I mean, it's much closer to where it needs to be than before, and it won't kill you.
Victor nods excitedly.
That is
Seems
so
to be
confusing.
almost smiling. Yes, it seems like this makes a lot more sense now. When I was looking at the book before, it seemed like something was off, but I couldn't quite figure out what it is. But this looks like it might be right. I think we've made a lot of progress. That's really great. And he just is kind of standing over the circle, looking at it. but you will come back, and he looks at the two of you.
Yes, and
Oh,
don't
yes.
don't mess with it until we get back. Just study it or something.
Okay, I will.
I pet one of the cats on the way out.
Okay,
I secretly pet one of the cats while nobody's looking.
give
and
me
then
a
I
sleight of
leave.
hand check.
Oh no!
One of my
Ah,
cats.
yeah.
You see it, and so does Victor. You
I
make your
turn
way.
as red as my hair, and then I leave.
As I'm walking
Okay.
out, or through this horde, does anything like crazy catch my eye? Anything that should be like super out of the ordinary? Anything weird? Not like
Like the
crazy.
dead, like the corpse
collecting.
that's laying in the corner.
Like a
Or
corpse laying in the
interesting.
corner, or a doll with
Give
a
me
ruby
give me a
gem.
perception check as you walk through there.
Extra 20.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
For 25.
25 total.
Yeah.
Give me just a moment. I'm trying to. There we go. Okay. You see, appears to be a lot of paintings. They kind of stand out. One of which is a very poorly done painting of Strahd. It's
Like
just in
intentionally
profile.
bad, or just
I mean, that would be kind of hard to tell. It's just the artist does not appear to be
Good.
skilled. But it is a painting of Strahd. There are also several other paintings with this painting. They appear to be in the same style. One is Vargas Velakovic. And several of the others appear to be Victor at different stages of his life, like maybe when he was younger.
maybe Victor was not Victor, but maybe Vargas was a Adolf Hitler type. Failed at art school, so he became a leader.
Oh my god.
Aside from that, there is just a bunch of junk up here. I mean, really, that's junk as well, but it's the only thing that stands out.
Victor, who painted these? Out of curiosity.
He peeks his head out from around the corner. Oh, probably my mother. She thought she could paint at one point in her life.
I mean, she did in fact paint. What?
You're correct. She thought she could paint well.
How? We haven't seen your mother. Is she around?
She often entertains several ladies from the village in the dining hall downstairs.
Hmm.
When she isn't doing that, she is socializing at other people's houses.
Oh, good to know. Maybe we can meet her one day.
Well, if you're interested in something like that, I guess you could, but she's rather dull.
I mean, most sons think their moms are kind of dull.
At least you have a mom.
Yeah. Wait.
He kind of looks down at his hands a little bit and he says, well, she's not really much of one. She just copies everything my father says.
Well, I'm sorry to bring up sore subjects. The paintings caught my eye. I was curious.
Yeah, it's rather scary looking, I assume, in the darkness of this attic.
Not nearly as scary as the dolls.
He looks back over his shoulder at him. Yeah, they're the pretty horde.
My mom died in childbirth.
See you whenever.
My mom was turned into a zombie.
Wait, how
Then
do
you
we get a
murdered
hold
her.
of you when we do come back? Do we just yell? Oh, can we have like a secret password to maybe tell the guards?
We just
I
Misty step up here.
Like, well, not all is.
He kind of just sits there a little bit, thinking, looking a little uncertain of what he's sure or going to do. Maybe if you just could throw a rock up here at the window or something, and I'll come down.
That is not a good idea.
But if you come back, we'll have to make sure that my father's gone or busy with something, because I don't think it would be likely that he'd let you come up here and help me with anything.
Okay, good to know. See you soon, probably.
I what do you mean probably?
Ah, it's a bad omen. Probably fine. It's nothing.
You see worry flash over his face as you begin to leave. Okay, you two make your way back to the tavern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I take out my medic box and begin bandaging myself and Nikolai.
I did get my book back, right?
Yes, you did get your book
Oh,
back. Well, he
good,
didn't
I
take your
better.
book. He didn't take your book. He just allowed you to look at it.
I assume you
since
wouldn't have
you
left
know.
5 feet from it.
Well, I said he could look at it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just pointing out that I would have gotten that just in case later it comes up.
You don't have a spell book anymore, Miyachi. Good luck.
your spell.
If somebody because if you want to see things get really bad, try to take my spell book.
I
take a spell book.
Look, Tim
I
is in the inn
burst-
all alone.
I burst into
there
living.
he is. He's right there.
I burst into
Aw.
living flame and.
What are you talking about?
Slippery.
Damn,
Speaking
I
of
destroyed
slippery,
the atmosphere. Okay, as you get back to the inn and you're bandaging your wounds, are you going to take a short rest, the two of
Yeah.
you?
Yes. I will prestidigitation myself. And
You may use your hit dice to recover any health. Give me a moment, says it.
I'm also gonna study my spellbook of spelliness.
I play a Song of Rest.
Oh,
I will utilize his Song of Rest.
4 extra hit points. Ooh.
Oh my god. It's a big number for just 2 hit points. If I'd had that the first time, I wouldn't have needed it.
We get half our hit dice rounded up?
yes. Wait,
Yeah,
what?
'cause otherwise,
Oh.
half of 1 would be 0. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's been a bit since I've seen Song of Rest, because
It's just an extra 6 hit points if you use hit
Yeah.
dice. Not for each one, just one time.
right. Okay. So, anyone doing anything while they were taking their short rest and relaxing, or were all of you just kind of relaxing in the tavern as well?
could I be up in one of the rooms? And I just want to look through my bestiary, adding anything that I haven't added yet, and making notes on things. And I want to pause on the page with the flower. Just make a promise to What was her name? Where'd she go? Eleanor? Yeah, make a promise to Eleanor that I haven't forgotten about her. Carol will be killed.
Oh,
My ghost BFF.
Little girl he murdered.
Little girl I didn't murder.
Okay. Bon and Dresley, anything specific you were doing during this hour, or no?
Nope.
I wanted to kind of like practice something with my hand pan, so I'll probably like go outside so I don't disturb the people in there.
Okay.
Just
You
like
can ignore
sit on
that.
the steps out here.
He drank the
You're just
potion.
sitting like out on the steps in front of the tavern, or near the well out here.
Just like, yeah, over there, just somewhere where I'm not inside.
Okay. You're just gonna play your hand pan drum.
I want to see if, like, as I touch it, I can light it up with light and then dismiss it and then light it up on another time.
Okay.
So it kind of like,
Sure. Anything specific you're playing, or just playing your drum and messing with the light cantrip, lighting it up?
uh, just playing, probably going back to the song she hums when she casts spells.
Okay. Yeah, it's fairly easy for you to do. Kind of light up the drum at certain points as you're playing it, using your using the light cantrip. It's quite a nice show outside that does seem to draw the attention of people who stop and kind of look before walking into the tavern. And as the next hour passes, you finish your short rest, individuals. And it is just a little bit before 6. And it is, you see the sun starting to set.
no, my love, come back.
Oh. Shall we go to dinner? See about our friends?
Let's go to dinner.
Yeah.
We don't want to be late.
I mean, this is not bad to be fashionably late. Where's Dresley?
Or Raylan, for that matter, sorry.
He's right there. I see him.
Nope.
I'm up in a room.
Let's gather our companions. I walk outside. Oh, there's one of
Okay.
them.
You see Dresley is playing on her drum, lighting it up at random occasions with notes.
I walk downstairs.
That looks very neat. Is that the new style of playing for you?
No, it's just something I kind of used to do. I just haven't done it in a while.
Ah. I've not seen you do it yet, yeah. Ah, there's Raylan too. Ready to go?
Yeah.
This ought to be interesting, no? I don't
Okay.
know enough about her, but she seems odd.
Everyone seems odd.
This is a very fair point.
I thought she was kind of creepy.
Let's see what she knows of her sons, and maybe she's not involved, or maybe she is. I haven't been doing well at reading people today, but maybe that will change.
Just saying, if they've hurt Tem, We might have another house burnt down.
Well, only one way to find out what is going on.
To the creepy lady's house.
Okay, Sazed and Nikolai, having been there previously, you were able to guide them to the Wachter family house fairly easily, as it is just north of the inn a little bit. Trying to make sure I've got all of you on here. I do not.
I walk on the edge, near in the dark shadows.
It's not quite dark yet, but there are some shadows cast by the surrounding building.
Why do you always do that? Why not just walk with us? We're not trying to hide from anybody.
You're not.
Who are you hiding
am.
from?
My past.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
I roll my eyes and we'll keep walking.
I liked it.
I cast dancing lights.
Everyone took 6 slashing damage from how edgy that comment was.
I feel inspired.
I keep all 4 of my
And
dancing
kindred
lights
spirit.
around him at all times.
Oh, that's mean.
Okay, so you approach the outside of the Wachter family residence.
Wachter. Oh, I see her.
Yes, you do see her sitting at a dining table within as you walk past the windows.
I knock on the door and then use minor illusion to use a ding dong sound effect.
Okay, a slot
Raylan doesn't know
on
what the ding
front
dong sound
door.
is supposed to signify.
A slot on the front door opens up, and you see eyes look out, and then it closes back. You hear the door unlock from the inside and open up, and a maid greets you.
This time
The
we actually
Lady
have an
Walker's-
invitation, I
yes.
swear.
Yes, of course. Please do come in. The lady has been inspecting you, and she moves to the side, gesturing you all in.
You say inspecting?
Expecting.
She
She's
does
been
like
watching us.
She was watching me. It was kind of creepy.
I'm just gonna move you all into the room. What's that sensation thing you have, Raylan? Like you're aware of all...
Invisible things within 10 feet of me.
Okay, as you walk into this room, you sense something around in this area and around over here, but you do not openly see anything walking into the room. Actually, that's probably more like how you entered, kind of, except Nikolai's like right there.
Yeah, that's what it is.
As you come in to the room, Lady Fiona stands from the dining room table and gestures towards all the seats around and says, "Oh, please, come in. Have a seat. Dinner will be served shortly."
Wonderful.
I'd like to tell... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to tell Tem, or not Tem, Bon, about the invisible stuff that are in the corners in Thieves' Camp.
Understood.
Isn't Thieves' Camp written?
It's isn't it hand motions?
I believe it was. It's like a
I'll double
script.
check.
I think, yeah, I think
thought it was like
handwritten.
hand motions and stuff, wasn't it? What is Thieves' Camp?
Thieves' Cant is Might want to look specifically
No,
for
yeah.
D&D.
Allows you to hide messages
Okay.
in seemingly normal
A
conversation.
secret mix of dialect, jargon, and code. Yeah, okay. Okay, that
Nice.
works. I just wanted to make sure. So what kind of sweet code word are you going to tell him? Just kind of curious.
I just compliment him on his new attire. How spiffy his new studded leather gear is looking on him. And then somehow in there they say, "Hey, there's some stuff in these corners. You can't see them. They're invisible."
Okay.
My
Good code.
my response to that is pineapple.
Nice.
Raylan makes a mental note to never try to be sneaky around Bon ever again. Or involving Bon.
Okay, so where's everyone sitting?
I sit at the head.
Gross. I want to sit, maybe like right. Oh, it's not my arrow. Maybe like right here, so I could still keep an eye on these corners.
Okay. Dresley, are you sitting there? Nikolai,
Yeah,
Vaughn?
right there's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Raylan, as you approach this side of the room, you sense another figure in this corner, and then again in this one.
It does say when it moves.
They are moving.
Oh.
So yeah. But I know what you mean.
What do they smell like?
Give me a perception check. Fire.
Damn.
They smell a lot like fire. You smell this very heavy sense of fire, just sulfur and ash. And...
Imps, got it.
Wow! Just interrupt me while I'm in the middle of talking and
Yeah,
explaining
wow.
something. It's really appreciated.
Savage. Absolute savage.
I still love you.
Okay,
Apologize.
so as you sit, and she says, "Well, welcome all of you. I had thought there was another from your group, from what I had heard from my sons."
Pretty sure he's around here somewhere.
Is he not going to be joining us tonight?
Not exactly sure.
Well,
Maybe he will arrive with your sons.
I believe that my sons are already indisposed for the night. Seems they had gotten into a little bit too much liquor, and have decided to call it for the night already. And you see her sigh and kind of look down at the table for a moment, and then she picks up her glass and says, "A toast, though, to new friends and new faces." Each of you in front of you has a wine glass set out.
I would like to pretend to drink it.
I just
Okay, give me a
cheers it and put it
deception
back
check.
down.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh wait, deception? Fuck yeah, I pretend to drink it too.
Okay.
I just don't drink it because I don't drink
Oh!
alcohol anymore.
Ooh.
You spill wine all over the front of your shirt. Run down and down your neck. She raises her eyebrow kind of curiously at you. She takes a drink from her own.
Try breathing and swallowing at the same time. Terribly sorry.
Can I smell it before I pretend to drink it?
What was that?
Can I smell it before I pretend to drink it?
Sure. Give me a perception check.
14.
14. Smells like wine, like grapes and aged grapes.
I pretend to drink it.
Okay, deception check.
That's a
I'm just gonna
4,
take
which
small.
becomes an 18.
I was gonna say we're gonna
Okay.
look like the most fucking civilized fucking people. Can't even drink wine.
What'd you say, Tresley?
I'm just gonna take a small sip.
Okay. Tastes just like the wine that they sell at the tavern. Says it pulls off a pretty masterful showing. All of you believe that he's drinking the wine himself.
My pinky's in the air when I do it.
As you all take your sip from the wine, the maid comes in with a couple other young women who are also dressed in maid servants' clothing and begin to put food in front of you, one of which is carrying a large pig on a platter that seems to have been spit roasted over some sort of fire. They begin to carve away at the pig and cut it into smaller pieces and offer out food to all of you. As they are doing this, Lady Fiona stands up again and she says, "It is so good to have these opportunities to speak with new people and potentially forge new alliances.
Potentially.
Now, there are many things wrong here in Vallaki.
You have no idea.
The burgomaster continues to push his drivel that all is well, but the people here suffer, and they suffer because their lack of connection with the rest of Barovia. These walls hurt us.
Now that is a bit of a stretch. I don't know if they hurt us. Or you. Well, they may
They keep
shelter you and keep you from greater good. They do not definitely hurt you.
out potential allies.
It's not the walls that keep out the potential allies, but the people inside.
That is fair. And if certain people were no longer here, then it would be easier to allow these allies in. Don't you agree?
I do?
She snaps her fingers a few times, and all of the maids quickly set down what they're doing and walk out of the room. The doors close behind them. Let us speak candidly. The burgomaster is a driveling fool, and he will lead this town to destruction, and it will cost many lives.
And do you feel you can do a better job than he?
She slams her fist down on the table. I know that I can do a better job than he.
And you want us to facilitate this transition subtly?
A subtle transition that does not show my involvement would be preferable, because if they were to think that I had something to do with the matter, then they would not trust me going forward.
That is probably true, yes.
I think that your skills as a group might come in handy in this, though. Putting an end to this crazed fool and his oafish, lumbering bodyguard.
Isaac may be lumbering, but he does a good work. He does his best to keep the people here safe. He's not in charge of the laws and the rules, but what he does is... I've seen him try his best to keep people safe here.
Is he not in charge of the laws and rules here?
Are you implying that he is?
I just wonder how it looks from the outside perspective.
From what interaction we saw, he does seem to be a dog on a leash for the Burgomaster. I feel there were several situations where he wanted to speak up or do something different, and the Burgomaster dissuade him. But I could be wrong. We have not been here long. You know better than we do, I'm sure.
I think that on occasion, looks can be quite deceiving.
Oh, you have no idea. So, what would be our, what would we get in return for this transition?
Well, for this assistance that you could aid me, I would help you with whatever you were asking for. Exit from the a safe passage from the city.
We do not need a safe passage from the city. We have our ways of getting in and out.
Well then, what specifically would interest your group? What would a price be for you?
I do not have anything to ask for myself. But, your sons being indisposed, maybe they may have a say in this. Are they in the house? Could you call them down before we get into this deal? Maybe they may have something to say.
I don't think she should be involved. I'm gonna whisper over to him.
They are feeling quite ill. They, I hate to inform you, are good for little more than drinking and being a waste of the oxygen that they inhale.
Well, maybe they come down anyway, and don't see how we can push this deal further along without at least seeing them, no?
They are not the holders of the estate. I am. After my husband passed away, everything has been held, or I've been responsible for everything. As such, whatever they would prefer is irrelevant.
So they are not here, are they?
No, they are here. They are in their rooms.
Do I believe her?
Give me an insight check.
Ah, you bitch.
Huh.
14.
Seems like she's telling the truth.
Real quick, outside, wasn't her two sons, weren't they who were they again?
The
The
twins
twins.
that were drinking at the inn.
Oh,
the-
our cheerleaders, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
like the
They were
cheerleaders of
also the
group.
ones that Isaac said took 10.
Not Isaac,
Oh.
but Victor.
Victor.
Gotcha. Okay. Just want to clarify.
Again.
I couldn't remember if it was the two hunter guys or the two
No.
cheerleaders.
The 200 dudes are missing also.
Gotcha. And last scene with cheerleaders. Understood.
Carl and Nikolai.
Well, if they are as indisposed as you say, I have some magics that can just cure them of this. Maybe I
I
go
think
check
that-
on them?
I think that the drunken punishment is earned in this case.
I mean,
So
we've seen them quite heavily in their cups before. Isn't that right?
I will have someone fetch them, please. And she pulls a bell up off the table and rings it. And one of the maids comes in, looking down at her feet as she does. Yes, milady. Please go see if the boys have roused from their slumber and can manage to stumble down the stairs and join us for dinner. Yes, milady, she says, continuing to look down as she rushes out of the room and up the stairs. It may take them a moment to get down here,
Of course.
but we can discuss your price. What would you like in return for such a deed?
What would we like?
would I know the going rate of set a price for assassination of a noble-esque?
You would know the price in a place like Waterdeep. Trying to place like a monetary value on it here would be kind of iffy, especially considering the costs of some things that you've seen in comparison.
And it's less of an assassination, more of a assassination and political overthrowing.
Right.
That's what most
So more
assassinations
expensive.
are usually for. Trust me.
Yeah, but it sounds like she wants us to facilitate this letter.
Well, anyhow. I'll just. Well, I can say the going rate. Some places are this.
If coin is what you are after, then I can surely give you more than enough to satiate any desire you might have for such a thing. After I have been, after he has been dealt with, however. I do not think finding my way into the position will be of difficulty. It's just removing the hurdles.
So you just want us to dispose of the two men that lead the most power?
Of course. If you could find a way to dissuade his son from any interest he might have, or prevent him from trying to take up his father's place, that would be a definite bonus, but I don't believe that he will be much of an issue.
That. I don't know how much the town would like a Mistfallen to be their leader.
I have heard of stranger things. After a couple minutes, you see Nikolai and Carl make their way down the stairs, a little groggily. They definitely look exhausted and tired. As they make their way into the room, they both kind of lift their hands up weakly and make their way towards empty seats.
Ah, wonderful. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, how's it going?
One of them grabs their head. Oh, yeah, sorry. We had a little bit too much fun at the inn earlier this morning, and you hear the other one mutter, "Oh, sorry, Mom."
We were just discussing possible means of assassination, and well, I hear you two are quite adept at the act and then escaping without a trace. Well, not a small trace.
You see the two of them look across from each other, their eyes get a little wide, and Lady Fiona stands up and slams her hands on the table. "Are you accusing my boys of such a misdeed?"
Accusing me? No, this is just what I've heard.
Such horrible rumors and slanders. I can't believe such a thing.
Is that not what you were just hiring us to do?
Yes, but my own boys had never done anything like this.
Do I believe her? Does she seem to think that's true? I mean,
Give me a insight check.
what the fuck? 12.
What's your
Roll a 4.
Well,
This is gonna be. We're all gonna be rolling new characters tonight for sure.
She seems to be fairly earnest in saying this.
I'm probably gonna regret this, but what about them?
What do you mean? You want to roll an insight check on them to see like how their response is
Oh, should we just
to
straight
the
ask?
accusation or situation?
Yeah.
Okay, give me an insight check.
Throw down a name.
There it is.
Okay,
Yep.
he looks. He's
Oh,
just hard to
wait.
read. Oh yeah, you have your That's not insight, that's saving throws.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, that's those.
Yeah, that's saving throws.
Never mind.
Oh man, you were
He's
right.
just
you
really
told me.
hard to read.
Well then, boys, is there something your mother here doesn't know about? Was I not supposed to mention this?
I don't know what rumors you've been hearing the two say almost at the same time. But we haven't been hurting anyone.
Not hurt.
We were at the
You
inn
went
all
You went
morning.
around for the fire.
I heard about the fire, but I
Many-
didn't go to it.
Do any of their clothes seem slightly like singed or
Smoky.
Give me a
Smoky.
perception check.
how good is that?
Ooh, can I smell the one sitting next to me?
Sure, give me a perception check too.
Shouldn't your nose be like
Ooh, better. 17.
super nose?
Okay, you see the sides of one of them's mustache looks to be slightly singed, as well as a little bit of the hair on their head. And there's a black mark of soot along one of their sleeves. The other one next to you, Raylan, he smells like he was in a burning building. And you do smell a slight scent of Tem on him.
Well, you seem to cause a little bit of a fire there on your hair. And little soot
Oh.
there. Been around any burning buildings tonight?
Accident with the fireplace. Simple mistake. Clumsy. I've been drinking today. My apologies, I got a bit too far with it.
Seems you and Tim wear the same cologne as well.
Should I say something in Thieves' Cant about my leather armor? I don't know. Pineapple?
What are you trying to tell me with the pineapple?
What?
Pineapple. Thieves, in a weird way of saying it, put some Thief Cant. Should I start going invisible and go up behind one of these guys and choke them the fuck out?
That's a long see. That's gonna be like a 5-minute conversation.
That is not a 5-minute
That
conversation.
seems like it would be kind of hard to convey, but I mean, at the same time, it wouldn't be hard to say, like, do you want me to ambush someone? Like, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you're basically asking.
I'll just give Tem a slight nod.
That's fine.
Tem is not at the table.
I will give Bon a slight nod.
Oh my god.
No. Not yet. Don't worry. It's coming.
My lady, as gracious as we are to be invited into your home and be offered this wonderful chance, I don't think we can continue to do business when we are faced with such blatant lies.
Fine. You want transparency. You want me to be honest with you.
Of course.
And she snaps her fingers.
Mask time.
And around the corner, or around the corners of the room, you see 4 imps fade into existence from their invisibility, their hands starting to glow with little balls of fire.
Aw, they're cute.
My hands glow with big balls of fire.
I possess a much greater strength than you probably realize, and I have something of yours.
That's
So,
precisely why we are here.
the price is going to change now. You will do this for me, and maybe you will get him back in one piece.
Now see, we come in here to your home for a nice dinner, and you threaten us and our friend with violence now?
It could have been a nice dinner, but you just couldn't let well enough be alone.
You captured our friend.
And sometimes leverage is needed for stubborn individuals, as I assumed I would need, and turns out I was correct.
And how do we know he's still alive?
You don't.
Exactly. You have led us nothing but lies tonight. How would you expect us to do any kind of business with you? You claim
So-
that you are superior or that we underestimate you. Aren't you not underestimating us currently? You don't know what we are capable of.
Oh, I have heard the stories around town, but I do not fear what you have.
And are these small flying squirrels supposed to intimidate us?
Oh,
They are kind of adorable.
They have the menus.
Lol.
They were the waiters.
Look, I am perfectly comfortable with just you returning our friend to us, and we will never speak another word of this. We can all leave on good terms, and perhaps if business arises later, we can help you out.
she picks up her wine glass and she takes another sip from it. I think instead that what you will do is complete this task. You'll rid Valaki of Vargas Valakovic and Isaac Strasny. And when you are done, you will return here, and I will give you your friend, safe and sound, and then you will leave Valaki.
Well,
I d-
I do not like being ordered around, but what do the rest of you think?
I-
It's a
Enough
team
talk.
decision.
Let's
Wait,
fight.
wait. Pineapple time. Thumbs up or thumbs down.
I grab this guy. Oh, that's not my pointer. I grab this guy right here by the wrist and shocking grasp.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack. That hits, roll damage.
I turn into a werewolf.
As Nikolai reaches over and grabs onto
And I
Nikolai's
did
wrist.
Fight.
grabs Nikolai's wrist and shouts out, "Enough talk, let's fight!" Lightning
Nikolai touches
travels up his hand and throughout the other Nikolai's body,
Oh, nice!
Sending
It is
him-
Nikolai.
sending him flying from his seat to the floor unconscious.
I turn into a werewolf.
Everyone roll initiative.
One invisibility, please.
You'll have to wait for initiative now.
Son of a
Should have started
bitch.
with a fireball.
Should have enough talk, let's fight faster.
Well, it's probably going to be the highest roll I have all evening, but still, not bad.
That's what
At
you
least
wanted.
you have a
but
good
you,
one.
you also didn't click your character first.
Oh, I
Son
didn't
of
either.
a bitch.
I also forgot to click my character. I should definitely re-roll.
No.
No, you're on there. You're 11.
Damn it, Kevin!
Oh no, you forgot. What do we do?
I'm gonna re-roll, but mine was a 24, so still. 24. Can't change. Let me change.
Oh, man. We might as well just start going from house to house and killing fucking everyone.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, man.
Oh, man.
We gotta keep those volunteer firefighters in business.
Do I get to burn down a second home in 2 days?
One day, it's the same day.
Okay, is everyone on here?
Oh my word.
I
No,
put you on here, I think, Vaughn.
I'm still at a big fat
What's
zero.
your number?
22.
21, 22. I was 20 in a second.
There we are.
This is now my theme song as a wizard of the fire.
Of the coast.
Sorry.
Oh, it's Wachter. Just kidding. I knew her name.
Oh, I have 2 ideas of what I want to do, but I'm not sure which one to do. They're both
better read
equally
up.
badass.
Do one and then the other.
I
In
guess
the
I'm
same
last,
turn.
so we'll see if either of them are even possible by then.
Yeah, everybody might be dead by the time you get to do
Yeah.
anything.
Okay, Raylan, you are up first.
I'm
As
gonna stand up And I'm just gonna rip my
Wait, where
arms
did
off
I
like a
go? I
Wolverine.
clicked my character.
Like when Wolverine pops out of the water in the X-Men movie. I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna turn into a werewolf.
Okay. You could drag your token out then, please, because if I do, you won't have vision.
Do you already have bullet holes in you, or?
Did you drag it out yet? No?
I'm trying. It's telling me I can't. This gives me the no symbol.
Giving
Do you have
the
vision?
no symbol.
I can't see
Oh, wait.
anything.
Do you have vision?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. My whole
What would you like to do?
What is happening? Bonus action. I don't have anything for bonus action. Oh, this is my first turn. I can't. Oh my god, I fucked up.
Oh no.
Oh well. Cunning action. Delete the dash, disengage or hide action. I will hide.
Okay. So you quickly, or as you transform into a werewolf and then quickly dive under the dining room table, roll a
Oh man, please a 1. Please a 1. I've never
roll a
wanted one.
stealth check.
Oof.
Damn it!
Oh, bye music.
I put the wrong
Wow, that got
music
so
on.
quiet.
I've been listening to Ice Cube.
I've been
course
listening to a
you
lot of
have.
Will Smith lately. Mostly Wild Wild West.
I was just about to say Wild Wild West.
Jim West. Desperado. You don't want nada.
Oh.
If I ever play a bard, I'm gonna redo every Will Smith.
Okay. So as you sneakily hide under the table,
I like to imagine
Vaughn,
the
you're
table
up.
is lifted up a little bit because I'm too big to fit under there.
Is that what we're doing? I go under the table too.
Well, shit. I mean, monkey see, monkey do.
I dropped my fork. Sorry, guys.
All right. Serious time. Mask time. Activate.
Activate.
okay. So
Uh,
you become invisible, and then what would you like to do?
I would like to tiptoe.
Through the window?
I kind of actually that would be pretty awesome. Like that tiptoe on the table, and no, I'm just gonna kill this fucking bitch. Stab our hostess right in the face.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll. With
Never inviting
advantage.
you to a dinner party at my house ever.
Good idea. And then I gotta roll the I'll roll the D10 after this.
Okay, that hits.
Oh, and because of mask damage.
Mask damage.
Ooh.
Yes.
Okay, as your dagger, or as you suddenly appear, your dagger sunk into her chest. Her eyes go wide with pain, and she looks as if she is just barely clinging to life.
Second knife.
I thought we underestimated her.
Yeah, me too.
I think she underestimated us.
She's
unless
probably
she's
a
not turned into a
caster.
big monster.
If we gave her a chance to cast spells, we probably would be fucked.
You know what? Well, we'll see. Oh,
Okay.
do I get that one?
No
Oh
Strange?
my god.
You don't get the sneak attack though the second time.
Oh,
Which
No, you don't get
which
sneak
sucks,
attack.
'cause that is a lot.
You watch as her hands grip on your wrist, holding her there up against you look of extreme pain crossing her face. It's hard to believe she's even hanging on still.
Son of a bitch. I was gonna do it. Damn it. That ruins what I was gonna do.
All you do is blow on her and she'll die.
Well, I actually was gonna have that creepy smile on my face with the little, shh.
Oh my god.
But
Why?
I just almost assassinated somebody. You might as well do it creepily. That's it. That's all I got.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you're already creepy all the
This
time.
imp right here is going to.
The music's
gonna-
gone.
Oh my goodness, where did he? That is. Why did I have closed out his sheet for some reason? I'm sorry.
Oh, because his turn skips then.
It must be because I accidentally did not put the combat music on loop.
Ah.
We're gonna go with this one anyway. That's fine. This for real right
Fitting.
now? Okay. Okay, so the imp is going to rush forward with his tail towards you, Bon, and make an attack with its scorpion-like stinger
Ah!
for a 21 to hit.
This seems like a good time to uncanny dodge.
Do it then, you coward.
Okay. You take plus a d4. I'm having to roll this because I can't get my character sheet to load, and I don't want to reload the whole page.
Nice.
Yeah, I hear the dice and I hear lots of them, and that makes me scared.
Okay, you
I
take.
mean, the
so
person with the dice is on our team, so you shouldn't be.
No, it's Bobley rolling the dice.
Boba has dice now?
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's
no.
12.
That's not
12
fair.
plus 6. No, wait. I need a Constitution saving throw first. Sorry.
Wait, let me not put advantage on. I took it.
Oh, +5.
Ah, +5.
Oh yeah, for saving throws you get +5 while within 10 feet of Dresley. So
What a
I mean,
badass.
25.
21's good. Okay, so you take a total of, before the uncanny dodge, it is 6 piercing damage, and you manage to shrug off the effects of the poison as it tries to get into your blood system.
So,
You mean after the uncanny dodge?
That's 6 before the uncanny dodge from the stab.
So you take 3.
okay. So 3. Okay.
Yeah, 3 if you just take the if you use uncanny dodge for it.
I do indeed.
Okay, Dresley, you are up.
Shoot.
That's 10 feet?
Yeah, 10 feet.
Okay.
Ooh. Tiny.
Dresley,
Alright,
what would you like to do?
I'm going to attack him.
Okay.
Ooh. He's fucking dead.
Let's knock him out.
Yeah, I just want to knock him out. I want
So
to be able to
not
turn
lethal if you can help it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So first attack.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
full
as
of
your warhammer hits him upside the back of his head, his body folds in half, slamming the front of his head to the table, and where he rests unconscious.
And this one. I'll attack this one next.
Okay, as you whip back around with your warhammer out.
Can you do a bonus action in between?
No, not in between. Because multi-attack is, or your extra attack is part of the same attack action.
You can use your
Man,
movement.
I can't wait for action.
You can
to-
use your movement,
Oh.
yes, but not a bonus action.
Okay.
Okay. As your warhammer slams into this imp, it crushes it up against the wall. A gross black ichor
Oh my god.
runs down the wall.
Nice.
Anything else for your turn?
I want to start going this way.
Okay.
Let's see that one.
Anything else, or that ends your turn?
That'll end.
Okay. He is unconscious. Nikolai, you're up.
I am going to. Can I step over dickhead laying on the ground here?
Okay, yeah.
And are the blades from Bond still in her?
They're never in
well, no. It's already vanished.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna tell him we need her alive, and then I'm gonna shocking grasp her to non-lethal.
Okay.
You set this.
Roll damage.
Set it from kill to stun. I see.
Yep. From stun to kill.
Well, actually, you don't really have to roll damage. It does hit, and since you're going non-lethal, as you touch her, a spark of electricity jolts from your hand, and she flies up against the window, and then falls to the ground, unconscious.
Damn it.
Anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
Nope.
Okay. This imp is going to I'm going to start to take off this way. Dresley, you can make a attack of opportunity if you would like, as it rushes out of your range. It is screeching something. Does anyone here know Infernal?
I do.
I do.
Okay, you hear the words, complete the ritual.
Oh, we
Bring-
might have killed
Bring him to us. Bring him to us.
Is
Okay.
this guy on a walkie-talkie?
There we go.
16 does hit.
No, that was damage. That's
Oh,
the movement.
26 does hit. And as your warhammer strikes into him, he manages to survive the. Well, actually, no, he gets the 8 thunder right away too, right?
Yeah, the 11
Okay.
and the 800. And
As
then-
your warhammer strikes into him, this wave of sound shakes the hallway, reverberating off the walls, and he falls straight to the ground dead.
Does it get out that little stupid message?
He was screaming it as he was running,
Balls.
so he definitely yelled it through the house.
Balls, you
Where
wanna know.
to, you don't know for sure. This next imp is going to. Which one is this? This is the one down here by Raylan. Can only see Bond within range. Is going to make an attack. That is a 12. Fuck you, math.
Yeah.
It gets easier if you
That
do
is
it
a
every day.
17 to hit.
Uh,
And
real
I need
quick, does my
yes.
studded leather using studded leather? Does that raise my armor class up
Should
at all?
raise it by 1.
One, yeah.
Oh well, lucky for me, that's 17. Still hits.
Yay!
Okay, give me a Constitution saving throw as he tries to inject you with venom.
Ooh.
50.
It is
19.
4
Yeah,
piercing,
no.
and you manage to succeed the saving
Oh.
throw, preventing the poison. So 4 piercing damage from this sting of this imp's tail.
I will murder you.
Sazed, you are up.
I.
No,
What?
No?
No,
No, I-
no, I got out of my seat. No, I want to keep sitting down.
I thought he said ignore me.
I
Okay.
continue eating my pork and then nonchalantly throw 2 cards at that imp over there.
Okay.
Take them out of my back pocket and Yu-Gi-Oh! Throw them.
I'm gonna need an action for eating pork, though.
Oh, can't be bonus action? Free action?
Okay, free action, eat the pork. Throw the cards.
I was eating the pork and I just continued. That is not a great
I got it.
roll. 16 to hit.
He rips off a
16
large
does
bite
hit.
as he pulls out the cards.
3 of sides is slashing and cold. 3 slashing, 4 cold damage.
Okay.
Second card. 21 to hit. That is 5 of diamonds for all force damage.
All force damage?
Force damage.
Okay. How much?
8.
8 force damage. Okay, as your first card strikes into him, you see him recoil from the pain, but it almost seems as if the cold doesn't really have as
Bother
much
him
of an
anyway.
impact on him. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Oh my god. But as the second card strikes into him and you see the blast of it knock him up against the wall, he slides down it, leaving a gross black trail
Ew.
as he falls into a slump on the floor in the corner.
I shake my head at the lady and eat my last bit of pork.
Okay, Raylan, you are up.
I stand up as quick as I can, knocking the table aside.
What the fuck, dude? I'm eating!
Fuck a pork. Pork wasn't even on the menu. People you're eating.
It says
And,
pork! He said pork.
Yeah.
She's a
Long
demonly.
fork.
It's probably anything.
It's people. It's Tem. You're eating Tem.
Nice.
That's
Oh
Tem's
my
leg.
god,
Oh
it's
my
down.
God.
I guess that makes me the second one then, huh?
Oh!
I had my fill, so
It's tasty. He's tasty. Alright, I will attack the imp in this corner.
Okay. As you jump out, him seemingly unaware of your presence.
Totally forgot about you.
Completely forgot about the werewolf under the table. You manage to just barely miss as it dodges, just prepared for your attack.
Was that not advantage? He didn't see you?
Oh yeah, you would have. You didn't roll it though.
Oh, I thought I did roll it with my bad.
Oh, he's failed. Never mind.
Nope, you missed them. Too late.
Yeah, he missed it now.
No,
Too late.
No, because I don't know why it's automatically rolling damage, even though I tell it not to. Alright, core. Let's do that one more time.
Probably got to change the character sheet specifically for the werewolf, not for your character.
Yeah, your first attack misses.
Ooh.
It
So that's
dodges
just my
out of
first
the way.
attack. Alright, second attack.
The second attack manages to just barely
Ah.
connect. Okay, and as your claws slice through the air, they snatch the imp, cutting his wings off. They fall separately.
I grab him and I bite into him.
Ew, it's
He
black blood. You
tastes
don't want
absolutely disgusting,
that.
making you almost feel like vomiting. And
I spit it out.
So
Uh,
did Vaughn go
as-
flying because he was on the table?
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
I imagine he just kind of like rolled off onto Nikolai and Nikolai, who are over there.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Um,
Very athletic.
What's
Something of note, Raylan, you noticed as you killed this imp, you sensed movement just below your feet. Somewhere below your feet.
Wait, what?
What the hell, man? I wasn't
Had a
done eating
picture of
that.
like looking, picking up his feet and looking to eat them.
Oh, what's going on?
I can't talk, so I can't tell you guys that there's something below us. So
I
I'm just
sigh
gonna.
at the lady and get up and go.
I mean, I
You're
figure
back
we're
real
gonna be.
fast.
So
Oh no, we're still in Turnover.
yeah, are we
They're
in combat
totally-
still, or
He ended the music, so I think we're done.
because we need to tell everybody that what the imp said, since
I don't know
only
what
two
the
of
imp
us
said.
understand it.
I just
Well,
heard.
only one of us can talk now, so.
I will tell them whenever he gets back, so he knows that I told them.
You know Infernal too?
I know Infernal, yes, and Celestial,
I think all the dumb language.
and Elvish.
I know Elvish too.
I know
And
Abyssal,
Common.
Celestial, Elvish, Halfling, Infernal, and Thieves' Cant.
Oh
I
my
know.
god, dude!
I know Undercommon.
Dude, they
but-
gave
which is
Rangers
not
a
very
fuck ton
helpful.
of languages for some reason.
Rangers get a lot. Druids get a lot too, I think.
I went with the ones I went with because I have a really high religion score.
Wait,
I
are
went
you,
with the ones I went with because I used to be a paladin.
Are you half elf or human?
Me?
Who?
You, Raylan.
Human?
Wow, you give me shit about
Well,
being
I mean, I'm a
human and you're
werewolf.
human?
I
If I
meant
wasn't a
like-
werewolf, he would have been an Aasimar. So, mostly humanish.
Okay, I've returned. Sorry.
Nobody likes Aasimar anyway.
So what is everyone doing?
That's all.
I'm
make fun of
informing the
Drysley.
group that what the demon said.
Oh,
I get up and go tie up lady, whatever her face is. The
I
lady
start-
Wanda.
I start banging on the floor, trying to rip the floorboards out.
what is it,
I'm
boy?
just saying
What's
it.
going on?
Timmy stuck in the well?
Tim is stuck in the well.
Well, we know something. We know they're doing a ritual, so
As you start to tear
we
at the
should probably
floorboards with your
start
claws,
searching.
you notice that you're getting to where the foundation is stone, and you're not going to be able to get through it.
Anytime.
Not
So
that
is it-
attitude.
All right, everyone, we need to find the basement.
What's up?
Not with your current equipment.
I
Can you-
will. Once I've realized that I'm not getting any further down, I will go start running through the house looking for some stairs down.
Probably
Down,
wait for
baby, go straight in there. I'm a werewolf. I don't have time to talk.
What's up, Presley?
Can you contact Isaac and tell him to come to this house?
This
And
is my
bring the
last
guards.
one of the day, sure. As I'm
Worth it.
tying her up, I will contact Isaac, or send a message to Isaac. We're sending. I will say, "Hello, Isaac. We are at the Lady Wachters Manor. There has been some fighting. She has scary imps, and she's kidnapped our friend. Send help. I don't know how many that was.
You have like 3 more, I think. But yeah, you're good.
Do
Are
do
you
do
pooping?
do.
I'm gonna tie up Nikolai
do-
with my
do-
hempen rope as well.
Okay.
Why is he tying himself up? That's just weird.
Yeah,
Also,
he's in
Oh,
there.
I didn't realize-
I'm into stuff. Okay, damn.
Now's the
also,
time
Don't
for your
shame
kink.
him.
also, I
God,
didn't.
I like flames and ropes. All right.
What were you
Thank
saying
you.
I
about?
like chains and ropes. I like flames and
Oh.
ropes.
I was gonna say to the group, I'm like, I really wish you guys. We need to come up with a better signal of me not just straight killing people.
I mean, I was hoping that it did not lead to this, but it did.
Oh, I was just, I don't know. Right,
I mean, I
right
was
when
pretty much out
Oh
when
wait,
she
sorry.
asked
What
us
does
to
Isaac
murder
say?
some-
Does he say anything back?
Who say anything back? Oh, Isaac. Sorry. You hear, Lady Wachters? Why would you need guards there? What could possibly be needed for us there? I'll send a regiment soon.
Light it on fire. They come really fast then.
Yeah,
I
no,
will
right.
gas fireball. Just kidding.
These people need to learn that when I use the magic to contact them in their mind, it's usually important.
Well,
I'll take the rest of the length of my rope and tie up the other fool that's knocked out.
I'm hoping
Okay.
I don't need to use all 50 feet to tie her up.
No.
I would like to save a lot of it.
Oh, I left my rope outside the burning building.
oh no!
It's still in the air.
Yeah,
It lasts an hour.
It
It was, it was
Yeah.
for an hour, and then it just fell.
Some kid was climbing up it.
No,
would
it's
also like
too high up in the air to climb up it.
Got stuck
Okay,
in a hole. And got kicked out
wait.
50 feet above him.
Wait, I have one last thing.
What?
I would also like to gag them.
Oh my god. He isn't.
Okay.
Oh, King James.
What are you gagging them with?
Oh my god.
I mean, I think I legitimately need like an explanation
Could've
of what
just
he's
said with
doing.
what?
Oh god, I didn't think of it
Say
like
it.
that, you
Say
pervert.
Say it. You have to.
Never mind, Nikolai gathers some cloth from the nearby couch.
Perfect opportunity.
He just tears the fabric off the
I am
seats of the couch,
disappointed.
and he stuffs it in their mouth. And
I was
we're
just gonna
done.
use the rope, but that works.
Ew.
God, I didn't even think of that as a possibility.
After
and
the
after you
rope
said it,
kink
I felt
shaming
so-
thing? Really?
Way
Look,
to not have your.
I am just trying to make sure that they can't cast any spells, okay? If they wake
Yeah.
up while we're
Sure,
dicking around.
I got what you mean.
They died.
Oh yeah,
in
yeah. There'll be a
one-
lot of dicking around.
They died in one taser
Oh my
thing,
goodness.
and Dresley probably ruined that. Man, he's gonna need a tube to eat. They're not gonna cast spells.
You know what? Better safe than sorry. I mean, the lady's got demon servants.
Good point.
Raylan, as you move into this hallway, you see a staircase that goes up, and directly across is a door. That is the only other entrances in this house that you see right now.
Is this a door?
That is also a door, yes.
Yeah, I want to check that.
I can see into that room through the windows. Kind of. I see a couch.
Is Raylan still there?
Is it a black leather couch?
Yeah, I was just trying. I was looking at the map trying to figure out what I wanted to do. So there's the door we came in. I'll go upstairs. Fuck it.
Guy was
Gotta go
below
up.
me, but let's go up.
You gotta go up to go down sometimes, man.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay, give me just a moment. I'm looking for something for explaining things to Nikolai. As you open up this room, you see a wood paneling, embroidered rugs, colorful furnishings, and a blazing fire in the fireplace. Mounted above the mantel is an elk's head. Across from the hearth, you see tall, slender windows that look out over the dead garden.
I also see a pile of temptation here, so I need to leave.
Oh, the firewood. Raylan, as you make your way up the stairs, you see a hallway with a window at each end that wraps around the staircase railing. Framed portraits and mirrors festoon the walls, surrounding you with judging looks and dark reflections. You hear something scratching and sense a lot of movement from in this room.
Oh.
I smash open the door.
Okay, give me an attack roll.
That's the fucking maid's room. You're gonna scare the shit out of all of them.
Whatever. They're
God.
probably into
Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
in on it.
They're probably imps.
As you slam your claws into this. Damn it, let me do things. Into this fairly thin wooden door. It bursts inward and splinters fly in all directions. As you look inside, you see what appears to be roughly a dozen or more cats milling about in the room. They all turn towards you, hiss, and rush to the opposite side of the room.
Oh.
I
good.
do what dogs do, and I chase them.
I hear
Okay,
that
what
and
is-
say somebody should go check on Raylan.
What is everyone else doing?
I say that.
Do I hear all this crazy barking? And
Yes, you hear the door splintering up above.
All right, I'm gonna go check in on that. If I have to kill him, is that cool? Like, we need him, right?
Yeah, don't hurt him.
Okay.
I'll wait here for our company and watch these three.
What are you doing, Tressley?
I was gonna say I could stay here if they want to go, and I'll catch up to them when the guards get here. I want to make sure imps don't try anything.
I'll stay here if you want. You are much better at smashing imps, but I'll wait here with you. You guys
Okay,
yell
so
if
you're
you
gonna
need
wait
help.
down there with Tressley.
Yeah. I tied her up, so I'll finish that and watch her. Oh, I'll sit her down in the chair, actually. Oh, I'll tie her to the chair.
Okay. Getting weird now.
Oh, what kind of perverted shit
I
are you
tie
guys
her to the
doing
chair
down there?
platonically.
Without consent.
With
Extra
consent.
platonicness.
Okay. So what are we doing up here in the room with the cats?
I need a spell
I'm
that can do
attacking the
that.
cats.
Are these
I'm,
skeleton cats? You're not
Are
a
you
dog.
attacking all the cats? Okay. They try as they might to run away from you have absolutely no chance.
Oh my god,
And
why
as
are
you
you...
swing out at one of them, it dies instantly. And
Are
the
these
other
real cats?
reach and rush. They look like real cats.
Oh my
when
god! I'm gonna rush in and I'm gonna grab Raylan
say, yeah,
and shocking
when-
grasp him.
Yeah. When do I get to this room? Is it before or after he kills the cats?
He has
After,
killed
obviously.
one cat at least.
I'm gonna run up and punch him as hard as I can right in the back of the head.
Oh,
No, we're not hitting each other.
Yes, we are.
As they
Oh,
come
yes,
up and
we
grab
are.
you,
Ah.
that seems a little
critically
excessive.
strike you with shocking grass.
Yeah, that'd be a plus.
Bad doggy.
That'd be a
16?
plus 16, not a plus 2.
Yeah, it'd be a plus 16. That'd be
Now
28
he's gonna eat you.
damage. Yeah, that's health. That's low enough to where he starts attacking people. Oh.
My god,
Uh,
it was not supposed to do that.
You see,
Well, that's why
as you
stop
enter
using that
into this
shocking
room-
grass.
It was
You
a bad
see-
doggy move, not a kill doggy.
aside from the cats around the room and Raylan in the room, you see a bunch of bookshelves, most of which appear to be quite bare. There's also a desk with a chair, a table, and a wine cabinet in this room. So what is everyone doing?
I'm biting Nikolai.
Can I go through their
I cast
persons,
shield.
I guess.
Ooh, I helped
Can you
her.
what?
I want to check the people that's knocked out down here.
Just
Right, sure.
investigate them?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. They're tied up and you were able to search over their bodies. You don't really, I think, need a roll in this regard. But Carl and Nikolai each have a flask on them. When you open the flask up, it smells like water.
Smells like water.
Yeah, it smells like nothing. Just nothing. Just like a metal flask. Liquid looks clear.
How much damage did I take from that shocking grasp?
If you guys really want to fight, I will allow you to. But I don't.
I figured if I just punch him, it wouldn't be that bad of a thing. I don't know about the whole shocking grasp thing.
I'm gonna
but
eat both
give
of
me
you,
a
so it doesn't
moment to
matter.
finish looking over this before we get to that.
Punch him in the nose. Bad doggy.
The lady has a key on a chain around her neck.
Ooh. Take it off her.
You say a fat
Yeah,
chain?
I'll take the key.
A key on a chain around her neck.
Oh.
Meanwhile, upstairs, this is also something that those of you in the room with the cats notice. One of them also has a collar with a key hanging off of it.
Was it the one I killed?
No, not that one.
It's the familiar.
Stormy.
That's the one I
Josh.
killed. Stormy.
No!
Kill
Shocking
Stormy.
grasp again!
Oh no! You shocked the cat.
Oh, your tattoo fades.
Oh,
Whoa, no!
So upstairs, as the two of you approach Raylan and shove him away from a cat. Unless you guys really want to fight, then I'll allow you
No, we'll just. Well, I just want to
I
have.
didn't expect to fucking clap his ass with a freaking get out of dodge freaking ability.
to. That's why I don't think, like, unless you truly intend to fight each other, that you should
No.
suggest
No,
fighting
it
each
was-
other, because it could definitely turn into a situation where someone is hurt really bad.
It was
No.
definitely non-lethal bad doggy.
Oh, you know. Oh,
Okay,
more,
as you expend
more
a
on
very
the,
weak version of your shocking grasp, just to
like a bark collar.
tingle his fur and bring his attention back to you. I get it. No damage then. That's fine.
Thank God.
Definitely hits.
Just want to remind him not to eat all the cats.
I wasn't eating them. I was trying to
Killing
get the familiar.
them, okay?
That's
Trying to kill the
rude.
You're a
familiars.
You're not a monster, remember?
Those cats are though. I saw Cat Marvel last week. Flurkins.
Oh no!
Um,
Right, fireball.
Oh my
Yes.
god.
Passive perception.
All right, no more joking.
Actually, yeah, passive perception after killing that cat, and it was 100% a cat.
okay. Can I
Was
try to
cat.
grab the one that has the key then?
Sure, they are quite terrified of you and rushing away at a rapid pace, but you are faster, and give me a dexterity check and see if you're able to dive and catch it. Okay, you manage to grab the cat in your grasp as it tries to get away. The other ones rush off, hiding in the shelves of the bookshelves, and
I will toss that one at
Oh my god.
what's
Toss
the guy's
a
name?
scared, pissed off cat at somebody.
Let's see. Bond is in the room.
Nikolai. I'm gonna toss the cat to Nikolai,
okay, you toss the cat over to
Oh my
Nikolai.
God.
and then I
It
rush out of
hisses
the
and
room looking
screeches.
for more stairs
I
downstairs.
wrap it in my loving embrace.
Oh, this is gonna be bad.
Okay,
And
give me an
away.
animal handling check. As it swings its claws out wildly, it seems to be attempting to scratch you, but is unsuccessful. But give me an animal handling
I'm
check.
trying. Maybe see. There we go.
Okay.
Hey.
As you
Nice.
hush
kitty.
hush this cat and you pet on it, it slowly or it starts to slow its breathing. Its view of the large, hideous wolf creature, now
That wolf
obscured
won't
by
touch
your
you.
robe.
That
It
doggy
calls,
won't hurt you.
but it definitely seems quite on edge.
I will take the key off of its collar.
Okay. It's not an issue. It just clips off with no problem.
And I slip the cat into my robe. Not
Okay.
the dimensional one.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
My normal
no.
robes.
Okay.
Just like forever floating in space.
I also want to take a quick look at the bookshelf before I head back downstairs.
Okay.
Also, what is around here?
What do you mean? What is around here?
I don't know. There's
Schrodinger's-
just I can't. It's just darkness. I can't see like.
Oh.
Is this a
Schrodinger's
wall?
scarf.
Yes,
Oh,
that is
okay,
a
there
wall
is
with
a
a
wall.
bookshelf. It curves around and yeah. Looking across the books on the bookshelf, it looks like mostly just old, dusty books that a lot of the writing is fairly illegible. Let me see if there's anything. Okay, sorry. I lost my page. Son of a bitch. I hate that
That's
so
okay.
much.
We have more important things. We can come back.
You see, one is a book, or a guide to fine wines, and a book of poetry, and another book that you can kind of read is of exotic recipes.
Oh, I take that book. Can I slip
Okay.
that into my dimensional pocket?
Okay.
And then head downstairs.
Okay. Bon, are you following them downstairs, or are you going downstairs, Raylan, or?
Yeah, I'm just looking for ways downstairs still to get underground.
This is the second floor of the house, though. So.
I know, but there's like a dumbwaiter or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So you're just gonna go through and start opening up doors around through the house?
Yeah,
On the
and
second
if I
floor?
can't find anything
Okay.
on the second floor, then I'll go back to downstairs and I'll just start looking up, tearing up floorboards until I find a way downstairs.
Okay.
I'm gonna head
As you
down and take the door to the right, which would be my left, coming down the staircase.
Yes. I almost put you in the wrong room for a moment.
That would be.
Okay. As you open up this door, Raylan, you see where'd it go? You see a very musty and dark room with no windows. An iron-framed bed is fitted with leather straps near the wall. There are no other furnishings in the room,
Oh my god.
and
It's a sex
that
dungeon.
it appears as if there's a large amount of filth from the smell, potentially human excrement, scattered around the walls.
What the fuck
Any
kind of sex dungeon?
Other than
A German one.
other than the poo, is there any other smells that are familiar?
No.
Okay, I'll make a mental note about the way that bed was rigged, and then I'll keep going.
Okay. The next room. Appears to be a fairly ordinary room with a neatly made bed, a table with an oil lamp, and a wooden chest and a slender wardrobe. As you approach this room here, it appears to be locked and does not budge as you try to open it.
I slam my shoulder into it.
Okay, give me a strength check.
I hit it with my claw.
Okay, give me an attack roll. Okay, that hits. Roll damage.
You missed the door.
Okay, as your claws strike into the door, you hear splinters, and it starts to give in, but just barely manages to hang on its hinges from your first attack.
I'll do it again.
Okay, go ahead and roll attack.
Sorry, just noticed something. Discord was scared.
Are you killing more cats?
So your second claw strikes out, busts through the heavy wooden door. And on the other side of this door, you spot a fire sputtering in the fireplace, above which hangs a framed family portrait of a noble father and mother. The mother resembles Lady Fiona Wachter, and their two young identical sons. In the father's arms is a small baby, and the sons are smiling in a way that suggests mischief. The parents look like uncrowned royalty. You see wood paneling covering the walls of this room and a closet with a framed mirror attached to it. How does that... Wait, what? Oh, no, sorry. A closet with a framed mirror next to the door. And a curtained window to the south. To the north, a wide canopied bed lies pinned between matching end tables with oil lamps, and stretched out on one side of the bed is a man dressed in black. His eyes are each covered with a copper piece, and he bears a striking resemblance to the father in the painting.
I sniff him.
He does not smell rotten, but you don't sense any heartbeat or life from the body. But he does not seem as if he is decomposing.
She's just been sleeping next to him.
She's probably still sleeping with him.
That sounds like gentle repose to me.
Alright, I'll check the closet.
Okay.
Maybe she sleeps somewhere else.
Are you gonna find Nardia?
Just sleeps in the scat room.
Oh,
Yeah, the
no.
cat room.
No, he said the scat room with the poop.
Oh.
She's a weirdo.
Yeah, either one of those rooms bad.
Opening up the closet, you see what appear to be several black robes with hoods, and on a high shelf rests a locked iron chest.
I will turn back into my human form
Okay.
and then pick the lock.
Yeah, and you never tried picking with your claws. Maybe it would have worked.
Just rip
Give me
it
a
open
check
your
with your
incredible
thieves
strength.
tool.
Dormy.
Every time I turn around, I roll a 20. Or
Wow.
12.
Well,
Close enough.
okay.
Oh god, it's trapped.
No, I'm trying to read the contents. Or find it. There we go. Okay, you hear the lock open up, and the lid is easily lifted up from this chest. Looking inside, you see what appears to be bones. Skeletal remains of some sort.
Oh god, it's the baby.
Sam's bones.
Oh, even worse.
Like, a lot of bones? Little
Appears to
bones?
be a full human. You can give me a medicine check if you're trying to determine about the size or age.
That seems important.
I will say a cursory glance will tell you that it is definitely the bones of an adult. With an 11, you're able to ascertain that this adult did not die anytime recently.
I'm gonna go back to the guy on the bed and poke him to see if he has bones.
Oh my god.
He definitely seems to have bones in his body.
I have no idea what's happening in this place. Alright,
Probably check the basement then.
I can't find the basement.
You're going the right way. Upstairs is always a good start.
That's the way Boba sent me.
Oh, sorry.
Back downstairs, Nikolai, as you open up this door, you see the maid huddled in the corner. Along with another handmaid. They have their hands raised up above them. They're hiding under the edge of the table, but not very well. You hear them openly crying and sobbing.
What's up here? More doors.
Entering into this room, also, you see it is a pretty well furnished kitchen.
I think I found our second home.
If I hear them, can I enter that room too?
Yeah, you would have seen him come down the stairs and walk across.
Sorry about all that, ladies, but you may need to find another job.
What's here?
Oh, please don't hurt us!
We
may
mean
have
we mean you no harm. But would any of you be kind enough to show us to the basement, or the door that leads there, at least?
There,
What's this then?
there's a cellar. You can get there from outside.
From outside.
Inside there, you see a pantry, a modest pantry. Does not appear to have a large amount of food stores, though. Those look quite sparse.
Well,
We definitely were eating long pork.
I'm uncomfortable. What about here?
Blaze is the only one that ate.
Opening the next door. In front of you, you see a storage room holding crates and barrels. One of the wine barrels are emblazoned. No, all of the wine barrels are emblazoned with the winery name, the Wizard of Wines.
The Wizard of Wine.
Steal them.
I must meet this person. What's in here?
Steal them all.
Fuck. You steal them. What's in here?
Oh, what's in here? Oh, what's in here? Oh, what's in here?
Which room?
Right here.
Piece of candy.
Can I tell Bond to head to the cellar?
Well, yeah.
Can you?
Can you?
Well, I continue to look.
All right. Well, you seem like you're having fun scoping up. If you find any valuables, pocket those. I'm gonna go meet up with the rest of the group, see if they found the cellar.
Okay.
Clip clop, clip clop, clip clop.
As you check through here, you see what appears to be a door, a back door to the home, and a hold on, back vestibule.
Bond, the cellar entrance is outside. Go find it.
No. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna go back.
I
to
should
the
really
game.
just ask the people.
What about,
in here
right
more
here?
often.
Okay, opening up this room, you see what appears to be a very sparsely furnished servants' quarters. 4 very poorly constructed wooden chests rest at the end of 4 very poorly constructed wooden beds.
Alright, I'll head back to the group to go to the cellar.
Go outside and head off to the one
Ah!
the one side.
Hello, Dresley.
Okay.
Hello, Nikolai.
Boop.
I'll go back
This way.
here. Keep an eye.
Okay,
out.
Raylan,
Wait.
you are heading back down the stairs then? I'm
Yeah.
just gonna go back to Raylan.
That's alright.
As he passes
he's-
by, I'll tell him cellar entrance is outside. Go find it. Bond's looking as well.
Okay. And as you come back into this room, you notice that the brother that Dresley had knocked upside his head is starting to come to, his eyes slowly opening up. And then he shakes, trying to fight suddenly against the ropes, and he starts to mumble something quite muffled through the gag in his mouth.
Settle down
Can I not
there,
come back
man.
You'll what, Dresley?
Can I knock him back out?
If you'd like.
You're gonna cause so much brain damage to this guy.
I thought he would be out for a
whatever.
month.
He's gonna have a hematoma.
Are you knocking him back unconscious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me.
As you give him a swift bonk on the back of his head, he
Well,
falls back unconscious.
he
Was that
probably
Carl?
doesn't know much to begin with, I guess. I'll go closer to the lady if she decides to wake up.
Can I go outside and try to find Bon in the cellar door?
Okay.
Join
yeah.
us.
Oh, well, actually, I'll stand near the window though, so I can see
The
outside.
cat's head is still poking out of the top of my robe.
I get a little scratch on the head.
Okay, circling around the house, it doesn't take you long to find what appears to be a cellar door entrance.
Hey, I'll quickly run back to the front and be like, "Hey, found it!"
While he's doing that, I'll open the cellar door.
Wow.
While he's doing that, I'll prepare to do maximum damage. Also, I'll pet the kitty.
Okay.
Dude, let's like experiment on it. Give it wings.
Oh my god.
Bond, as you rush back in to tell them you have found the cellar door.
Well, what was in it?
I don't know. Do you guys want to come, or you just gonna hang out
we
here?
were going to watch them. We know that the cellar door was out there, but thank you for reaffirming that.
I enter the cellar.
Me and Bon and or what's your name again, Nikolai?
Oh my
I'm horrible with names today. I apologize.
That's,
You can just call me Flame Master Flex, all right?
I will go in there with FFF.
Okay, as you and
FNF?
Triple F make your way down into the cellar.
You should go with him, Cecil.
Okay.
All
You
right.
got this?
I'm gonna
Yeah, I-
sprint back out
All
to
right.
the cellar.
I walk back to the cellar.
I heard the door creaking. You know they don't oil that shit.
Entering into the cellar, you see the cellar has it is a large root cellar that has a dirt floor, 2 ascending flights of stone steps enclosed by wooden railings stand across from each other. You see several footprints leading from one staircase to the other, and the other trail goes from both staircases to the center of the bare west wall. There are 4 neatly made cots set in a row against the south wall.
Are those the M's beds that we murdered?
I don't think they need that.
Hey, I
Baby
found the
They
beds.
definitely don't now.
Her little baby beds.
I will walk in the
Raylan, we
room
should
and
check
see.
this out.
Yeah, I will go with Nikolai to check that wall.
Okay, as you make your way down the steps, and your foot touches the dirt beneath you, the floor begins to shake underneath your feet,
Oh my
and
god.
the smell of rot fills the air as several bony hands begin to rise up from underneath the ground.
And I will rise up. I will.
Oh,
Oh, yes.
What did you do?
Everyone roll for initiative.
Oh my god.
Should have stayed
Fuck.
a werewolf.
Should really check for traps more often.
I don't think that's a trap.
Oh wow.
Nice try, 18.
That's not a nice try. I fixed it.
That's not.
I changed it to 8 on the thing. I just
That's
needed to
good.
get my guy on the turn order sheet. I rolled when he wasn't
Cracker.
on the turn order, then I rolled to get him on the turn order, and then I fixed it.
Why did
Does
it not?
Does it not say 8 for you?
It does now, yeah.
Oh,
That's why. Oh, what the? Whatever.
oh my word! A critical failure on their initiative. Fuck that skeleton.
That means he loses a turn.
That's a lot of skeletons.
That's a lot of skeletons.
Okay, Raylan,
It's a
you were up first
it's a
as
perfect fireball
these
amount.
skeletons raise up from the ground.
Is the perfect fireball now.
Good thing you're gonna block most of them.
I will.
Where's my scary music?
Do something I've never done before. I'm gonna pull up my sabre and take a swing at the one right below me.
Okay. So you swing out your saber,
Sabre swing.
sabre. That hits. And as you slash across its midsection, you see its sternum and ribs scatter about. It seems like this is quite a fragile skeleton.
I
Like,
do
he
it
is still alive,
again.
though. Well, undead. That hits. Roll
He's
damage.
unalive.
Okay, as your second slash strikes out, it smashes into the side of the skeleton's head, crushing it completely.
Then I'll do a quick spin and attack the one to my right, left. I don't know my right from right. Depends on which way I'm looking. The one next to me.
Gotcha.
Oh, I don't know why it did that all of a sudden with the damage again, but whatever.
10 does not hit, though, however. As
It does, though. They have really, really low AC.
He raises up his damaged wooden buckler just in time to protect himself from the hit.
And the buckler shatters from the force of your blow.
Alright, bonus
Anything else
action,
that you want to do? Sorry.
disengage, and then I will move over.
Okay.
I really
Bond,
hate you.
you are up. Saves it, you're next.
Yay!
Okay, so I can see all these skeletons.
Can you see
yes.
them?
Yeah, I just
Oh,
Sure,
I was
like-
supposed to.
sure if there was a.
Sorry, Nikolai. I
Like
thought you were
the-
gonna go before the skeletons. I wasn't paying attention.
That's okay.
Um,
I have shield still.
yeah,
That's what
just
you get for
throw-
shocking me.
Whoops, that's not what I want. I want my pointer. I'm gonna take aim and throw a knife at this guy.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack.
Is
He is not engaged with anyone currently, no.
I just moved. Oh fuck. Oh.
Okay. That hits. And he is looking pretty hurt after that.
Okay, and I'm gonna same guy throw my secondary knife at him.
Okay. As your second imaginary knife flies through the air. It strikes into the skeleton and it falls completely unmoving and appearing to be completely unharmed.
Okay, but that's
Wait,
I'm gonna
what?
sit.
Because his psychic daggers,
Oh.
so they don't like shatter the skeleton, he just
Yeah.
falls over.
Good. All right, I'm gonna sit here and that's it. That's all I got for my turn.
Okay, Says
Luckily,
you were
I
up.
had a mind to
Alright,
even
take a
hit with
step
psychic
up to get a
damage.
better view. Ooh, that's a lot. Okay, I will
Yeah, if you could kill them all.
pull out a small
great.
chip from my spell pouch and kind of, I'll look like right on this section here, maybe like the corner here, and I will crush it and, shatter! And I will cast shatter on all of them.
Okay.
And hopefully this door here, if it breaks, it
It's
breaks.
con save.
Yep. On save of 16.
What's the range on it?
10 feet radius.
Okay.
So, not my friend. They are in the perfect spot for it.
And your DC is
16.
16? Okay. Oh, holy hell.
Good damage.
Half on a success?
Half on a success, yeah.
And how much is it total?
17.
17. Okay, you watch as instantly 3, I believe, were completely
Ooh.
uh,
Thought that was
broken
terrible.
apart by it. The others seem to be rocked quite heavily from the blast, and in
The door.
the what's that?
Does anything happen with the door? Or
Yes, that's what I was about to say.
Oh.
And the side of the wall here
Oh.
just breaks apart, and you see an individual inside, garbed in black. Seems to be doing something. It's kind of hard to tell what he's doing from where you're at.
That's my turn.
Okay. This skeleton is going to rush towards Nikolai. Make out an attack with his short sword for a 23 to hit.
Oh my god, okay.
That is 11 piercing damage. Wow, he rolled high on attack and max damage. That's great. This one's gonna rush towards Raylan.
He can certainly try.
Yes, he can. That is a 9 to hit, so he does not succeed. The other two are going to line up on this railing here, draw out their short bows.
Short bows.
A 12 and a 7 as they shoot towards Bon and Sazed, completely missing either of them.
Nice.
Oh, I skipped Nikolai somehow. Oh, sorry.
You didn't skip me, I don't think.
I did unintentionally because I thought all of the skeletons were in the same, like, row.
Wow.
This guy did not make an attack with his short bow and miss. He's going to do that if he survives the next round. You're up, Nikolai.
I don't really want to do a fireball, so I'm going to... I'm sorry, 1 second.
Get your pointer out of here.
What?
Okay, I'm gonna summon use Maximilian's Earth and Grasp and summon the hand right in the middle of the skeletons.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. It's a
Nikolai
concentration spell.
Yep. And I'm gonna squeeze the skeleton in front of me.
Yeah, spooky hand.
It would have to be right
That's
here
a
in the open space.
Strength save.
It's right here.
Okay, you're gonna...
That's the unoccupied space I'm using. That's 5 feet, and then I'm gonna squeeze that motherfucker as hard as I can for a whopping 5 damage if he
Okay.
fails on his strength saving throw.
He does fail. And a 5 damage is enough to crush his bones into dust.
Yay!
Word. Thank God I didn't fireball.
That end your turn?
That's it for my turn, yeah.
Okay. This guy moved forward, shot an arrow and missed. Oh. Raylan, you're up.
I would like to rush into that secret side room.
Okay, as you rush forward 20 feet towards this door, well, this opening, you see a girl. Her arms and legs are bound, and she sits at the center of a pentagram, crying out and screaming in pain. It appears as if blood is starting to pour out of her eyes.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I will saber slash this first dude in front of me.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack with your saber.
Hey, he said saber.
Sorry, sabre.
Okay,
Oh,
roll
do it.
damage.
Oh, that shouldn't have the piercing.
Gotcha.
Nor should it be piercing damage. It should be slashing.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to do it again.
Okay. That hits. Okay, and he is still standing, and he does not seem to be phased whatsoever by your attacks, other than they are definitely drawing blood.
Can I try to combat roll past him into the room?
Sure, give me an acrobatics check as you try to rush past his form. Okay, he doesn't seem to put up much of a fight, and you see several other individuals similarly garbed standing about the room.
Can I go to here?
You have 35, yeah.
Yeah, there. Alright,
Okay.
and then I want to pull out my bow for next turn.
Okay. Yeah. Vaughn, you were up.
Okay. Let's see. Any of these guys engaged?
I don't see any rings, but they might be.
I mean, they look single to me.
Maybe this
In
one right here,
combat.
yeah.
All right. And I'll take aim at that guy.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
Don't think the sneak attack is necessary.
Oh, well.
It's always
It's getting
necessary.
That hits, and as you're... Oh no, it doesn't hit. It's a 12, never mind. I read it wrong. I was reading Raylan's 19. That does not hit. It just barely misses flying
Oh God.
off past his head.
Second.
It's not even a real dagger, and you still miss with your mind?
I don't even know.
The
Wow.
second dagger also narrowly
Oh
misses.
my god.
Okay. I'm gonna go back upstairs and just cry.
Pretend like nothing
Are-
happened. Nothing else.
Are you moving? You moving up the
No.
stairs or? Sazed, you were up.
I'm gonna take out my cards and I'll throw one at this one down the stairs here.
Do what
Okay.
I can.
Excuse me.
23 to hit.
That hits. Roll damage.
Bio. Oh. 7 of diamonds. That's force damage. 6 damage.
6 damage.
Yeah.
Force, you said.
Yeah.
Okay, as it strikes into the skeleton, the card enters into its rib cage and shatters outward.
Nice. I'll throw one at the skeleton straight in front of me. My second one. 18 to hit. Jack of diamonds. That's force damage again.
Okay.
Ah, 2 damage.
2 damage. Oh, which
Ooh.
one was it?
The one straight in front of me.
Okay, as the card strikes into it, a very small explosion breaks away some fragments of bone. That end your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Before the skeleton's turn, Dresley, upstairs, you begin to hear quite a scuffle beneath your feet has been going on. But more than that, just above you somewhere, you hear a very loud thud, as if something heavy has fallen.
Oh no.
Oh.
Is there anything you'd like to do?
Well, I know they would have went downstairs, so I figured that's probably them.
Probably should have told somebody about the creepy body upstairs. My
Yeah, we don't
bad.
know Frankenstein's up there.
It's not Frankenstein, it's Strahd.
I'm gonna start going towards the stairs, but I keep looking back over my shoulder.
Okay. You
I
gonna make
mean-
your way up the stairs or no?
Yeah.
Making
Okay.
my way upstairs. I'm walking fast, my hammer's gripped.
Okay. You make your way upstairs. You do not see anything that would lend to that noise. At least not in this hallway up the stairs. Action dash anywhere specific, or I guess I will tell you this: if you had to pinpoint it, it would have been directly above the dining room somewhere. So over that area, somewhere over.
Yeah, so I'll just start kind of going like where the dining room would be.
Cat's probably knocked something over, it's not a big deal.
Over here.
Okay. As you search the upper floor, give me an investigation check, and I'll go back down to them after that, and I'll tell you what it is on the beginning of your next turn. Okay. The skeleton, seeing the hand appear next to it, and have hit points.
Does the hand have hit points? No.
Yeah, no. Okay, it's not like a thing he can do anything to. Gotcha.
Nope. I mean, he can die when I go to
Wow.
grab him here in a minute.
He can be dumb enough to try to attack it.
He should reconsider his life.
I'm gonna
I
move
don't know
forward
what
and
he's
swing
doing.
his
It's
short
on
sword
life.
out at you for a
That's what he's
19
doing
to
to the
hit.
skeleton. What the fuck?
Oh, 7 piercing damage.
That's what you get for
And
taunting.
I need a Constitution saving throw. Yeah. How is his sword piercing? Isn't it supposed to be slashing for a sword?
Yeah.
I think short swords might be piercing.
Oh yeah, short swords are piercing. You're right. Okay, Nikolai, you're up.
Stabby with him.
I am now very upset, and I am going to burning hands.
Oh my
Okay.
god. How
Both
many
of the
hands are you
skeletons.
using?
Both of these skeletons are immediately melted away by the flames.
And then I'd like to move. Where's my pointer? To here.
To where?
Everybody point for the DM.
Okay, gotcha.
Together, brothers.
Get up, brother.
Okay,
And sister.
as you move over there and you see what appears to be some quite unholy ritual going on in the room next to you. Dresley, as you make your way around through the rooms, you find yourself in what appears to be a bedroom. You also see a room that is like filled with quite disgusting scents, and a bed with leather straps, and even a room that contains a corpse. But you hear the thud on the other side of this wall here.
Oh shit.
And while you don't find anything immediately, a moment passes, and a very tired and very hurt-looking Tem stumbles out from what appears to be some kind of revolving secret door.
What the
Oh,
hell?
He was in the scat bed.
Oh no!
The lady's a monster.
No, not in that room. No, it wasn't that room. And
I'll go
here,
over and
go ahead.
I'll go over and start helping him down the stairs.
And here, with a very unholy-looking ritual happening in the basement underneath this house of these individuals who had captured Tem, is where we're going to end tonight's session.